later to discuss the response to the issue by the BBC's chair, Samir Shah, and any next steps.
Trust in the BBC needs to be restored because it's vital for the BBC, of course, but it's also vital for our country. It's such a global brand, and it's absolutely the most important thing that the BBC can be seen to be impartial and trusted and balanced.
Today, the outgoing Director General, Tim Davie, will address BBC staff. Mr. Trump's legal team have given the BBC until Friday to compensate the president for the harm caused, or they say he'll have no alternative but to file legal action for $1 billion in damages. Alison Earle, BBC News.
Well, we're continuing to get reaction, of course, to all of those developments, and we will bring you that statement that we're expecting from Tim Davie live as well. But let's continue with more reaction. Let's hear from Baroness Debonair, a Labour peer and former Shadow Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. She was speaking to BBC's Today programme.
I would like everyone, to be honest, everyone in government, to be championing the BBC as the engine room of the creative industries, as previous ministers have said in times gone by. It's the biggest commissioner of the creative industries there is. It's a respected brand, trusted the world over because of the high quality of journalism, of research and of balance. I would like everyone to think about, be careful what you wish for. If the BBC weren't to be here, we'd want to invent it, but actually every other country in the world doesn't have the quality of public service broadcasting that we have with the BBC that we're fortunate to have. Does the broadcaster have things it needs to correct? Undoubtedly. And my observation is that there are methods of correction which maybe need to be looked at again. And I see that in Chair Samir Shah's letter to the Culture, Media and Sport Committee yesterday, a willingness to do that. However, I think there's also questions to be asked about how the charter renewal process, the agreement between the nation, not the state, between the nation and the BBC is done. I think the work of the British Broadcasting Challenge, a really skilled group of experts that they have done, is really helpful on this, in which they more or less say that that process of charter renewal has to be separated from political control, because what we effectively have at the moment is a rolling process, and that doesn't work for anybody. I think there are ways in which we could look again at the way board appointments are made so that there is much more clear separation between politics and the BBC. But overall, the thing I want every politician to do at the moment is ask themselves two questions. What would we do without the BBC and its ability to scrutinise, hold to account those in power? And what is it that others who wish to harm the BBC, what is it that they want? Why would they want to harm the BBC? Is it perhaps because they don't want that level of scrutiny? Is it perhaps because they'd rather there was a much more partial view of different subjects, such as climate change, to be presented? Is it because they have other interests in seeing the BBC harmed? I think the BBC is one of the most treasured aspects of our democracy. Do we need to find new ways of treasuring that? Yes. Do we need to champion it always? Absolutely yes.
That's Sangam Debonair.
Pluto TV is your home for premium Black entertainment.
You bring it on.
Check out the Black Collective and stream 19 live channels of your favorite Black entertainment. All streaming free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
That's Sangam Debonair there. Well, President Trump's legal team has written to the BBC, giving them until Friday to apologise over the Panorama programme and appropriately compensate him. Well, Chris Ruddy is the founder and chief executive of Newsmax Media. It's one of America's most prominent conservative news outlets. He's been speaking to the BBC's Today programme, speaking to my colleague Anna Foster, and he says that the president sees this as a big win.
Before we continue with the BBC and their crisis, thank you for joining. My name is DrPaulCottrell. We're live streaming on YouTube, also on Rumble, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you like the content that I provide, please help support by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. You can follow me on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I have lots of channels. Please subscribe to all the channels. You can also follow me on X and GETTR. on TikTok, Patreon, and Substack. So please click the links that are in the description and follow me. If you want to help support the work, you can help support the work through donations on my website. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon or Substack. I do all these videos for free. So please help support the work, and better yet, get the great products I have. I have ebooks, supplements, and also course material in immunology and pulmonology. So if you would like to learn about those subjects, it's a great way to learn. It's only for $50. You get lots of videos, lots of PDFs. You learn a lot of content for only $50. You can learn at your own speed. You get a unique password. You log in anytime and you learn about that subject. So please help support the work by getting the great products that I offer. And listen to how to stack the supplements to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system. This is really important because many people's immune systems are compromised because of the crisis that we went through. And I'm trying to inform individuals on how to reboot and how to improve their body, their wellness, and boost up their immune system. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Continue with the BBC crisis.
So I have no doubt the BBC misrepresented what the president said, and that's pretty clear. I think everybody agrees, otherwise you wouldn't have had those resignations. I'm also very assured that if the BBC took the case to court, they would prevail. They would prevail because the state of Florida has pretty strong libel laws that defend media companies and free speech. What's happening is that a lot of media companies would prefer not to go through the media spectacle of all this.
I wonder, Chris, because what he is asking for is an apology and also a retraction. And when I look at the statement, the response from the BBC's chairman yesterday, it's very clear. It says the conclusion of further reflection by the BBC is that we accept that the way the speech was edited did give the impression of a direct call for violent action. The BBC would like to apologise for that error of judgment. So they have accepted that they were wrong and they have apologised. Financial compensation is part of this, but how much does President Trump need or want that money?
Well, I think he sees these as victories. I mean, I've talked to him about the CBS and the ABC case, and he sees this as legitimizing his claims that there's fake news, that the news is out to get him. I think there's a feeling that the media in America is quite weaponized. I don't think the public thinks that Newsmax is weaponized against the president. We do give both sides about him and his policies, but we don't go out every day trying to. We certainly wouldn't edit a video clip about him or even President Biden or anyone. And the fact you're seeing this now in major media is very disappointing. I congratulate that the BBC and people resigned and they were held accountable.
He's not getting to the root cause of the problem. Why did it happen? BBC is state TV. There is a globalist perspective that is being projected through the media and these conglomerates to promote certain policies of globalization. Trump represents an anti-globalization perspective. America first. Bring back manufacturing. Well, if you're bringing back manufacturing, you're hurting the multinational corporations that are benefiting from the labor arbitrage or the regulatory arbitrage. So they have higher margins to impress Wall Street or impress London. The reality of the situation is that BBC, CNN are mouthpieces of state propaganda. And that's the real issue here. And who's running those, quote, states? It's the national security state. You know, for the United States, that's NSA, CIA, FBI. In England, you're talking MI6, MI5, you're talking about Scotland Yard, you know. So there's definitely a national security state apparatus within these countries. And one of the sounding pieces for propaganda is mainstream media. And BBC was used as a propaganda tool during World War II and World War I. I'm not sure when the BBC started. I think they were also around in the interim between World War I and World War II, but definitely during World War II. I mean, Orwell was on BBC. He was the announcer. And he also mentioned about the state-run aspects of the BBC, that there is this top-down control of our media. But of course, he doesn't bring that up.
I think in American media organizations, oftentimes you don't see that. And there's not a sense of accountability. But the president sees this, I think, as a big victory for him in his claim the media is out to get him.
Move fast, break nothing with trustworthy AI. SaaS Bio.
Let's take you to the plaza outside the BBC here is Tim Davey. Let's have a listen.
I'm here to lead and support the BBC. I'm very, very proud of our journalists in this building. They're doing work I think that's incredibly important. I want to thank every one of them. They're doing a wonderful job. Also, everyone across the BBC doing their thing for the UK. And personally, I'm here to lead and support them. The BBC's going to be thriving, and I support everyone on the team. I'm very proud of them. Thank you very much. How will you be responding to Mr. Trump's?
Okay, that's the outgoing Director General of the BBC, Tim Davey, arriving here to the building for work. He didn't really say a huge amount. He said he was here to lead and support the BBC. And of course, then he went into the building. He didn't answer any questions there. There are a lot of questions that people would like to ask him in the wake of his resignation. And of course, about the editing of that documentary on President Trump. Well, let's go to our correspondent, Lisa Mzimba, who is outside the BBC and was watching that as well. So we just saw Tim Davey enter the building here. He didn't really have that much to say, but of course, he is due to be speaking to staff later as well.
Yes, he is due to address staff later on this morning, and it seems inevitable that we will have to speak about in more detail and be asked about the events of the last few days, and in fact the events of the last few months. Among the things that staff may want to know about is what is the latest on the threatened Trump lawsuit, and with what's happened, how could all this have come about, this crisis engulfing the BBC that's happened on his watch while he was Director General, and what he intends to do about it in the time he has remaining in the job. So
there was an orchestrated effort by the BBC and CNN and other mainstream networks to over-dramatize what happened on January 6th. Now, many things that happened on January 6th that are appalling. But the thing is that they didn't dive into like, well, wait a minute, why were the security guards waving people into the building? Why were there individuals that were masked seeming to break windows and not actually going in, but trying to goat other individuals to go through the broken windows? Seems like there was some sort of operation that was going on. Now, the sheep, the stupid ones that were willing to follow along, fell into the trap. January 6th was definitely a trap. And unfortunately, many people fell into the trap. But what it was is to demonize this movement of nationalism. Steve Bannon calls it progressive nationalism. But the point here is that there are media outlets that are spinning the news in a certain way to try to prevent individuals to start rethinking about the last 35 years of globalization. Now, you think globalization gutted jobs. Just imagine what AI is going to do. The last 35 years, we've lost our manufacturing prowess. We've lost a lot of tool and die. We've lost know-how. You have to make things to understand how to innovate, not just design. You have to make stuff. Anyone that's worked in manufacturing, in automobiles, or in construction, or in shipbuilding, if you don't build stuff and you just design stuff, you lose know-how. No one knows how to build pyramids. People have theories, but no one really knows how the pyramids were built. You know why? Because people stopped building pyramids. So that's pretty simple, right? Well, the same thing happens at a microcosmic level when you're not making stuff in your country. Well, now fast forward to what will happen with labor and capital with AI, with robotics, with humanoid robots being implemented in the job market. What's going to happen? Who's going to benefit our global players? But you want to demonize this group that's starting to get angry about the K-shaped economy, where you have the have and the have-nots. So this is what was happening when they were spinning the story of January 6th in the United States and in the UK, was really promoting state propaganda. Because the state, the national security state, felt that it was at risk, which it was. But the national security state should fall because it's bloated out ever since 9/11.
Later on this morning, we are expecting to hear more for the first time from Tim Davis since he announced his resignation on Sunday about what has happened. And of course, he is the man who's still in charge of the BBC right now, but not for much longer because he's announced that he will be stepping down in the near future. Now, other things that, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, do we know exactly how long he is going to be in that role? Will he leave only when they've appointed a successor?
No, that wasn't made clear in his resignation letter. He said he was talking to the BBC board and the BBC chair about a period of handover, but there was no more detail than that, whether he will stay in post until a successor is appointed, which could be a fairly long time.
And since the BBC is the sound piece for the national security state in England, I'm sure he'll have a golden parachute.
Months, or whether he will hand over to an interim acting director general who will be in position until a permanent director general is appointed. Of course, Tim Davie, people might remember, was for a time an acting director general when a previous director general stood down from the BBC. So that is something we may get more detail on this morning, but I think we'll be surprised if he goes into that much about what the handover period will be until the BBC board has had a really good chance to think about what kind of timetable they want to set.
Do we get a sense, Lizo, of what the BBC's options are when it comes to responding to that letter from the US president? He set a Friday deadline. I mean, is it likely? I mean, this is a question many of our viewers will want to know. Is it likely that they will have to end up settling and paying some sort of money to him?
Well, that is a question for someone who's an expert media lawyer in Florida law. I mean, the most important thing, I think, in this is that what holds up many lawsuits is because there's a difference of opinion between the two sides. In this case, the BBC have already said the BBC was wrong. The BBC needs to apologise. The way that clip was edited was misrepresenting what the president was saying in that speech. So, in fact, the major hurdle has actually been overcome. And I'm sure the BBC are talking to lawyers about actually what kind of compensation.
And if they do this to the President of the United States, don't you think that they're misrepresenting other big stories like climate change? Don't you think they misrepresent the oil and gas industry? Maybe they misrepresent the actual viability of solar panels. Maybe they misrepresent what's really going on with globalization. Maybe they're misrepresenting what's going on in Ukraine. Maybe they're misrepresenting what's going on in the Middle East. Maybe they're misrepresenting the threats of China. Maybe they're misrepresenting a lot of stuff. It's not a maybe. It's a definite.
Appropriate under Friday law, as well as keeping an eye on the public relations side of it all, a public statement of wanting to apologise to President Trump and making clear that they do want that apology to be taken seriously. And of course, they have the responsibility of making sure that licence payers' money is being spent responsibly. So making a settlement, if any kind of settlement is made, that is reasonable use of licence payers' money and not just a huge symbolic big payout to President Trump because of what's happened, which is money that should be being spent on programmes instead being used on paying the US president.
Indeed. Lizo, we're just going to replay, do stay with us because we've got a couple more questions, but we're just going to replay what Tim Davie said to journalists waiting outside as he arrived here to the BBC. Let's have a listen back.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Just want to say a couple of things. I'm here to lead and support the BBC. I'm very, very proud of our journalists in this building. They're doing work, I think, that's incredibly important. I want to thank every one of them. They're doing a wonderful job. Also, everyone across the BBC doing their thing for the UK, and personally, I'm here to lead and support them. The BBC is going to be thriving, and I support everyone on the team. I'm very proud of them. Thank you very much. Great to see you.
Tim Davie speaking a short while ago there. The first public comments he's made, aside from that written statement that he issued after he resigned as Director General of the BBC on Sunday. Let's go back to our correspondent, Lizo Mzimba, who is outside the building. So, Lizo, another question I wanted to talk through.
Wait, what's more important than the BBC? The Christie's auction of a melon blue diamond live.
Then, standing in the room for you, madame, pour 60,000 francs, 60,000, adjugé madame 603 for 60,000, 603, 60,000 francs. Lot numéro 13, number 13 now. This is the beautiful Cartier Art Deco Emerald and Diamond bracelet, lot number 13, circa 1930s. And we'll start here at 26,000, 26,000, at 26,000 francs for 26,000, 28,000 now, 28,000 at 28, 30,000, thank you online, 32,000 ahead of you, 32,000 at 32,000 francs, still ahead of you now, 35,000, now your bid, 35,000 for 35, 38,000 to a new place there, 38,000 online with 3208, anyone in the room for 38, at 38,000 francs, cannot be madame, work for you in the room, thank you, 40,000, 42,000, at 42, 45,000, 45,000 for 45,000 francs now. Not your bid online, the bid is here in the room with the lady seated, 45,000. Pour 45,000, 48,000, 48, shall we try 50, 50,000, at 50,000 francs. For 50,000 francs, online still ahead of you, 50,000 is the bid. For 50,000 francs. No more online, anyone on the telephones, 50 then, selling in the room, for 50,000 francs, 50,000. Adjugé numéro 603, 603, 50,000, merci madame. Lot numéro 14. Number 14, these are the rare cashmere sapphires, 3.96 and 3.86 carats, both with a royal blue categorization from Gobelin Gem Laboratory 2025, lot number 14. Et nous commençons à 300,000 francs, 300,000, 320,000, 350,000, 350,000, at 380,000, 400,000, 400,000, at 400,000 francs now. 420,000, 450,000, 450,000, pour vous mettre 450. 480,000 now in the room to my right, at 480,000 francs, pour 480,000. 500,000 with Karen San at 500,000 francs, 500,000. Telephone pour vous, Karen San, 500,000. 550,000 Claiborne for 550,000 francs now, 550,000 for 550,000 francs. 550 is the bid. at 550,000. Karen San, we keep going. 550, here we are, all done in the room. For 550, now with Angela. 560, Angie, your bid at 560,000 francs. At 560,000 francs, Angie has it on this telephone to my left. Are we all done in the room online? We're selling it now. 560,000 je la juge. All done. 560,000 francs. No more in the room. All through. 560. Sold with you, Angie. Numero 9018. 9018 for 560,000 francs. No numero.
Now talk about the K-shaped economy. We just saw it. People are buying jewelry for over $500,000 or 500,000 francs. Think about this. Think about this. You have such wealth where you're buying stuff you don't even need. Because if you've accumulated so much. While there are other people that are literally struggling, that are elderly between eating or taking their medication. And that's just not that's just not in the United States. That's also happening in Europe. People are making a decision between eating or taking their meds. And we're supposed to continue on accepting that the national security state, with their media apparatus for their propaganda, should be upheld? No. The people, the plebs, need to rise up and say, enough of this. Destroy the media if it needs to happen. Destroy the national security state if it needs to happen. This is obscene what is going on. Obscene. Paintings that are $300 million that a museum is buying to put up on a wall. Now the museum gets funding from the government, and the museum gets most of its funding through private philanthropy. But what about that $300 million for people that are in need? See, we have a society now that we aren't, because of the freebies that government keeps on trying to dole out, the private philanthropy has been going down. See, there's this kind of inverse relationship. If the government is out of the way, people will be more giving. When the government is assumed to be taking the responsibility, those dollars of private philanthropy go someplace else, like a museum for the arts. Now, I have an appreciation for the fine arts. I'm sure you do too. But the thing is, do you think a painting is worth $300 million? No. Or tens of millions of dollars? No. This is the reason why people are getting angry. This is the reason why people are actually gravitating to Mamdani. Even though I'm totally against Mamdani. I'm for capitalism. I'm not for laissez-faire capitalism. I think we need to have some sort of regulation, some common sense. But there are people that are gravitating to socialism because of what we just saw. There are groups of people that have obscene wealth. Obscene wealth. Just as the overthrow of the aristocracy in the French Revolution. Now, will we get to a French Revolution? Maybe we will. Maybe we will in the United States. The probability is increasing. But people are gravitating to these democratic socialists. And we need to take the lessons learned from Animal Farm by Orwell. Mamdani is Napoleon the pig. Letitia James is Squealer the pig. Animal Farm is New York City. But the reason why this is happening is because the sheep of the farm and the other animals, the goats, the horses, the hens, the raven, the other animals are seeing the K-shaped economy and the obscene wealth that is happening.
ADP out with its preliminary jobs data. I want to get straight over to Steve Weissman, who's got the details. Steve.
Yeah, not a good one, Andrew. This is down 11,000. The 4-week moving average of private sector job creation in the ADP preliminary report down 11,000 on average over the 4 weeks. So that would equate to a month-on-month change of minus almost 45,000. And just to explain, first of all, in the middle of the shutdown, we're trying to bring viewers every single bit of alternative data we have. ADP is something we follow closely. They've begun putting out 3 times a month a lagging by 2 weeks. So this is for the week ending October 25th. Index of average weekly job growth over the 4-week period. That is down by 11,000. Somewhat in contrast to the month-on-month that we got last week, which was close to 42,000. So it does suggest some weakening as the month of October went on compared to what they had from September to October. Remember, this is a weekly index that comes out 3 times a month. And it's just really looking for what is the right level of job growth here. Separately, guys, the NFIB came out with their small business optimism index. It fell 0.6 to 98.2, still above the long-run average, but the lowest since April. Plans to increase hiring fell by 1 point to 15%. Plans to invest, that's pretty good. I wonder if small businesses figuring out they have this new expensing up, that was up 2 points. But here's the interesting move here. Trouble with labor quality up by 9 points. We've never seen anything like that. That's 27%. It's the highest since the pandemic. Unfilled job openings were unchanged, the lowest since the pandemic. So we have this very funny dynamic down here where they're not really hiring, but they can't find the people they want. Oliver Allen at Pantheon says the numbers they're watching it could indicate trouble at some businesses finding workers due to the new immigration and deportation policies, even while the other parts of the job market remain okay. Overall,
I don't believe that they can't find the workers. What it is they're ghost jobs, majority of them out there. You ask someone that's looking for a job, I bet they have probably have put their resume in to at least 50 companies, maybe more. No callbacks, or if there is an interview, it just seems kind of iffy with the HR. I'm willing to bet on it. They have a lot of ghost jobs out there. The reason why you have ghost jobs is because internally you want to maintain the budget. When you're doing your departmental budgets, why would you just shed a position and lose potential money for your department? So you just have budget money, but for that position, you go into the next fiscal year, it's in the budget, but you don't hire, so you look better in actuals by year end, that you've saved money relative to budget.
Low-fire, low-hire economy that we're finding in all this alternative data now. Guys?
Okay. Steve, when do you think we're actually going to get some real numbers, by the way? I mean, I don't want to say that these are not real numbers. When do you think we're going to be able to compare all of this to what might be described as the government numbers?
So we will hopefully, when the shutdown ends, it'll be several days. They should be able to give us the September report. whether or not, and that's jobs, whether or not they were, and it probably had CPI from that. I'm guessing they gathered the data in the month of September before the shutdown. So we might get a September inflation and jobs report several days after the shutdown ends. October may end up being a black hole. I don't know if they either were able to collect the data or they can go back and get the data in the past. I don't know if that's the case. If the shutdown ends, just double checking what day we are today, it's the 11th. Tomorrow, this is the week of the reference period. They should be able, if they can come back in the next several days, to cobble together a November jobs report for December, as well as gather the CPI data. So it'll still be a little bit, Andrew, is the answer.
The old numbers, though, or the numbers that we're waiting for, A, are going to be outdated, and B, in some cases, the way they pull these numbers, they ask people to remember what they were doing 8 weeks ago or something. It seems like these numbers will be suspect. Not to mention, I don't know how the jobs report will look at any of the government employees who weren't working during that period. I don't know how that gets counted. It feels like you're going to get a bunch of kind of garbagey numbers.
Yeah, and they were so accurate and not subject to revision before the government shutdown. I like calling them the real numbers. That's a real stretch. Maybe we should call them the government numbers.
Well,
it's the best we got, though.
Just to be clear, Joe, Andrew asked me when we would get the numbers. He didn't ask me when we get either the accurate numbers or the temporary numbers.
The real, no, I know. I was kidding. Because the real numbers. We need quotation mark. We need real.
Well, that's going to be.
Well, you know, here's the thing. You know, you're sitting there playing your 8-track cassette, and somebody comes along with a cassette tape, and that's a little better. And then somebody comes along with a CD, and we may end up in ex post this shutdown feeling like some of this alternative data is giving us a better feel on a contemporary basis. We may advance technologically here with some of this data. And that's why I think Andrew's question was important, because what we want to know now, the government is the ultimate final arbiter of what actually happened over a period of time. So we're going to go back, Andrew. We'll spend some time doing regressions and weird stuff that economists do. And they're going to sort of see, well, which ones did the best job of telling us what was going on at the time? Did they even come close to keeping the idea? I kind of think of the alternative data keeping us within the guardrails of the road, but perhaps not in the right lane. I think the feeling at the Fed was, hey, all this alternative data is at least telling us that the job market is not falling off a cliff. It's telling us that CPI is not surging, but it remains high. Just real quick, Becky, on some of the data, the September data, they have that data, so they don't have to go back and ask people what happened.
Right.
It's the October stuff that I think you're mentioning. That if they try to do that and go back and try to recreate the October numbers.
Right. We'll see. Maybe you're right. Maybe we like this other data better.
I definitely am not going to let it go. I'm going to hold on to it for a while, see how it helps us get a jump on this. This preliminary ADP data could be helpful. And there's, we have this alt data, cnbc.com/alt data, where we show people all the data that we've been looking at, 10 or 11 or 12. It's harder. I'll tell you that. It's harder, but it's maybe more fruitful in terms of knowing what's going on with the economy on a contemporary basis.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in peppermint, you can get it in lavender, lemongrass, and also in charcoal tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. Be prepared for the winter season. Use these year round, and they're perfect for gifts, for stocking stuffers. Please go to my store, get a few bars. Help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. In addition, go to my store and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. There's nothing, in terms of CoQ10, you can't get anything better than what I sell on my store. Please go to my store, get the ubiquinol. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. And what does that do? It soaks up free radicals, helps your mitochondria. You'll have more ATP and more energy for your cells. Your cells will perform better. Your tissues will perform better. That means your organ systems will perform better. And this will help with your brain function and protect your neurons. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. So please take my advice and take the ubiquinol. In addition, get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, boost up your immune system, and help with your brain function. Magnesium also increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. And take the magnesium and zinc. This will boost up the immune system and help with your brain function. Take them together, drink it with filtered water, boost up that immune system, especially for the winter season. And guess what? Maybe as you're getting closer to the end of the year, you want to do a New Year's resolution to get healthy. If you listen to what I have to say and you stack the supplements the way I tell you to, you are going to slow down the aging process. You're going to lose weight. You're going to get fit. You're going to have more musculature, more bone density, better brain function, better immune system, better endocrine system. You'll be detoxifying your body. And you'll have more vitality. And it's a holistic approach. You do a little bit of cardio. You do resistance training. You do some balancing exercises and stretching. Drink filtered water. Stay away from processed foods and sugary foods. Get proper sleep. Learn new things. When you approach this in a holistic way, you're going to slow down the aging process radically. But if you don't, and you continue on poor lifestyle habits, you age faster. You look at people that follow this protocol or something similar, compared to people that are on the SAD diet, the standard American diet, and not paying attention to their health, and they age much faster and have chronic problems. Do you want to have chronic problems or do you want to have more vitality? It's your choice. But don't be surprised if you pick the wrong option that bad things happen to you. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the supplements, stack them the way I tell you to, and it's going to slow down the aging process. This is something that I've been tweaking ever since I was 16 years old. And as each decade came about, there were new types of supplements and new understanding of the aging process, new understanding of sports medicine, to be able to couple that all together and to come up with a holistic approach to slow down the aging process. And this is something that I do. So please go to my store, use discount 5, save some money, and stack these supplements accordingly. All right, now I want to play this small clip here about the UK's economy and unemployment.
What is normalization after the pandemic and what is a real downturn? I think for the last year we've seen elements of a real downturn. It should be no surprise to anyone really that you see unemployment go up to 5%. The redundancy data is particularly stark. Redundancy is up by about 30% by comparison to this time last year. All of that is about businesses adjusting to a higher cost base. Yes, the NI rise, obviously, earlier this year, payroll taxes going up, but also other taxes and higher inflation generally. More recently, maybe just a little bit more hope. The vacancy numbers have been dropping for 2 or 3 years. They've stabilized in the last couple of months at just below the pre-pandemic level. So a lot of what we're getting back from recruitment businesses across the country was there was a little bit of a turn in sentiment at the beginning of September. Maybe people had played through their adaptation to all these rising costs. So now, as you say, they're looking nervously to the budget because they had an experience last year where the October budget, the Halloween fright, scared the market and slowed down hiring. They really want the Chancellor not to kill it this year.
I want to get your views on the budget. Before we get there, just in terms of the mixed nature of this data then, what are you seeing across the economy, the different sectors? Where is the pain most acute? Where is there more resilience?
Labour intensive sectors have seen by far the most pain all year. That's true again in this sector. You're looking at retail, you're looking at hospitality. We have a lot of very high labour costs, very much affected by the national insurance increase and affected by slowing consumer spending, as Caroline said a minute ago. Interesting one that took me slightly by surprise this morning is information and communication. So tech is not quite there yet. Companies are spending on tech, but they're spending on very specific verticals rather than more broadly in tech development. And I think we'll know there's a real bounce coming when we start to see that turn. We've certainly seen construction will start to turn in the last couple of months, and anything in logistics turn positive, and anything in logistics looks pretty positive as well.
Okay, in terms of the budget, you and I think quite representative of a lot of what business has said. You want more focus on not increasing business taxes and on trying to work on economic growth and trying to build skills and training programs, basically support for workforce participation. What do you want to see in the budget? Because the Chancellor has given ever stronger hints that there will be tax increases and potentially that would include payroll taxes.
Well, I think the most important thing is if there are tax rises in the budget, we leave payroll taxes alone. Chancellor took a swinging swipe at national insurance last year, not just in increasing the rate, but in reducing the threshold, which is one of the reasons why we see so much pain coming from hospitality, retail sectors, where the threshold had a particular effect because wages on average tend to be lower. I think if there are to be tax rises, if they're for business, they have to come on profit, not on activity, because that will move things forward. Away from taxes, let's be clear, the public sector productivity data is an absolute mire. Every pound we spend in the public sector, we are getting less from every year than we got before the pandemic. There has to be some form of progress on what we get for our tax money. I think businesses quite reasonably want to see a willingness to tackle rising costs. But we talk about doing more with less in business. You can't do less with more, which has been the story in the public sector for the last couple of years.
Just going back to your point about payroll taxes and really wanting to avoid that in the budget, if that does come through, and if that's where the Chancellor goes on November the 26th, is this the government that can really claim still to be pro-business?
I don't think you could. I think broadly businesses gave a very clear message of what would happen if you changed the employers' NI last year, and we do think that was a breach of the manifesto commitment then. Those things have happened. You talk to my colleagues at UK Hospitality, they're talking north of 100,000 jobs lost in hospitality since this time last year. So there are particular things that have come forward. For instance, the changing of rules on pensions contributions. Businesses need the government to be thinking about second order effects. Ending salary sacrifice for pensions is punishing good employers for doing the right thing and encouraging employers to outsource more of their longevity risk onto the Treasury. It's self-defeating. So I think more thought about second-order effects in the budget and more focus on the long term. Because I think if you look at the gilt markets, gilt markets care less about the profit and loss account for 25-26 than they do about the long-term position of them of the fiscal picture going out to 2030, 2035.
Okay. I mean, it's the pension contributions that look to be perhaps one of the big changes that could come, but also on income tax, that there could just simply be an income tax increase for workers. Would that satisfy you?
I don't think anyone would be satisfied with an income tax increase, but what I would say, I tend to agree with the consensus of most economists that if you need to raise taxes, you should stop fiddling around the edges and trying to find things that people might not notice and actually go in through the front door.
Okay. Lastly, very briefly, a word also on a million 16 to 24-year-olds not in employment, education or training in the UK. The government's got to do something about that, surely. That would be a measure that you would want to see.
Well, those numbers have been moving glacially slow. We made no progress on inactivity really over the last year. And the truth is, you get people out of inactivity by getting them into work. They need an employer. The story is always the same in labour market slowdowns. It's the young, the lesser skilled, the lower paid who suffer most. So a lot of the wages of the NI decision are actually hitting that very group, encouraging businesses to take fewer chances on people.
A veces se necesita un enfoque diferente para ver las posibilidades que te rodean. Y DrPaul University.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
If you squint at enough data about the US economy right now, on income and spending and consumer confidence, there's a shape that starts to emerge. A letter. The letter K.
A K-shaped economy is the result of a bifurcation in consumer confidence.
Economist Peter Atwater is responsible for popularizing the idea of a K-shaped economy in 2020 during the global COVID pandemic.
We should have hoped for a V-shaped recovery coming out of COVID, where all ships rose together. Even a U-shaped recovery, where there's a delay in the recovery, but ultimately it all rises together.
But we didn't get a V. We didn't get a U. We didn't even get an L, where things stayed bad for everyone. Instead, we got a K.
So if you think about the letter K, it has a vertical line, obviously, and then two lines kind of diverging from the center of that vertical line.
That's Bloomberg reporter Katerina Saraiva. And the divergence she and Peter are talking about is a split in the paths of Americans at the top and bottom of the US economy, with the fortunes of those at the top rising and those at the bottom getting worse. That's how the economy looked during the recovery from COVID, and it's how it looks again now.
Today, fast forward to 2025, we're again talking about the K-shape because we are seeing kind of a return to that. We're seeing consumer spending really slow down for folks at the lower ends of the income spectrum, while rich folks are doing really well.
And this time around, the two sides of that K are getting even farther apart. I'm Sarah Holder, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, a tale of two economies, why the gap between America's wealthiest and everyone else is widening, how it's showing up in company earnings reports, and what the K-shape means for the country's overall financial health. Economist Peter Atwater studies confidence and how it impacts consumers' decision-making. That's what originally drove him to recognize this K-shaped pattern.
Early on in COVID, I saw as white-collar workers, their confidence immediately popped when they could work from home. On the other hand, blue-collar workers, factory workers, hospital workers, their confidence kept deteriorating. And so based on that divergence in confidence, I expected that the economy would follow.
And Bloomberg's Katerina Saraiva says it did follow.
You had one group of people that were kind of in the upper echelons of the economy. So think like high income earners, people with a lot of wealth. And those people were really doing well. The stock market was rising a lot already by the end of 2020. So people with wealth and people with jobs where they could work from home, for example, were doing really well. Now, the other half of the economy really wasn't. We still had like 11 million people unemployed at the end of 2020. The unemployment rate was above 6%. So for anyone who didn't have stocks, for example, maybe didn't own a home, things were not going great.
Eventually, the government rolled out stimulus programs, lockdowns lifted, and companies started rehiring workers again.
And that especially benefited the lower income folks because those were the people that had the most impact from the pandemic layoffs. So when you had companies trying to hire them again for a lot of these service industry jobs that had to shut during the pandemic, you saw big wage gains. That has changed now, and in fact, it has reversed. The largest wage increases right now are for the highest income earners.
Those high earners are also the people who tend to be making the most from the stock market.
It's been just surging this year, so that obviously gives people confidence. There's research showing that each additional dollar of stock market wealth raises consumption by about 5 to 15 cents. And then not just the stock market. You also have to look at wealth that's been created through home ownership. Again, something that disproportionately impacts wealthier people. And home prices have just increased so much over the past 5 years. That also helps people feel like they can spend more.
Would you say that there's a capital K shaped economy and then there's other lowercase shaped economies sort of playing out in other sectors like the housing market?
Yeah, absolutely. We're really in a moment where it's becoming a really popular metaphor, I think, and it's being used across a variety of industries. So yeah, you can look at home buying where, things are going really well for that upper part of the market because, again, folks are able to sell their homes and are able to have more wealth through the stock market so they can go buy a bigger home and not as much at the lower edges. I've heard it talked about, for example, if you're looking at how airlines are performing right now. So you look at the legacy carriers, like the big American Airlines, Delta, they're doing really well, and they're reporting that high-end consumers, business travelers, for example, are spending. People are flying internationally, even if maybe not as much domestically, right? So they're still seeing a lot of revenue from that. And then some of the smaller, like the low-cost carriers, in some cases, like Spirit, filing for bankruptcy, really not doing well. So it's an interesting dynamic that I think is playing out in a lot of different areas.
You can see a similar trend in the food and hospitality industries too.
So you have some of these fast casual places that are a bit more expensive, right? Like not the cheapest option out there, really not doing well. And then restaurant chains like McDonald's reporting that they're doing okay because they're getting a lot of these consumers that would be going to somewhere like Chipotle or Sweetgreen, for example, now kind of trading down to something like a McDonald's. You're also definitely hearing corporations talk about how their luxury consumers are really supporting their growth. Hearing this from the hotel chains, also hearing this from Ethan Allen, the furniture company, that on the higher end, they're still seeing a robust consumption there, and then that's supporting kind of the rest of their business.
Businesses have found a way to cater to this divergence.
Economist Peter Atwater again.
Meanwhile, for those at the bottom, it's becoming a monthly, if not now weekly, exercise in juggling their finances.
The Atlanta Fed has reported that some shoppers are shifting to liquid or powder laundry detergent instead of using pre-portioned pots, so they can ration it out in smaller amounts. The grocery chain Kroger has found that lower and middle-income shoppers are using more coupons and buying cheaper brands. People are trying to find ways to spend less. But the thing about a K-shaped economy is that even as the top and bottom are getting further apart, looking at the big picture can be misleading. Because when it comes to overall spending or overall growth, the economy looks like it's doing okay.
We had stronger economic growth this year than most people thought we would. We have a pretty low unemployment rate still, right? Like 4.3%. Things still look really good. It's just when you look under the hood, you realize that it's really being driven by a small number of people. This is important because the U.S. economy, we're a consumer economy. 2/3 of economic activity in the U.S. is driven by the consumer. So when you start to concentrate that in an increasingly smaller number of people, it just means you have a more fragile system.
In the early 90s, the top 10% of earners accounted for about 35% of the country's consumer spending. Today, they account for nearly 50%. And as the economy gets more top-heavy, it also becomes more fragile. What are the consequences? That's after the break. We've talked a lot about how the current economy is bifurcating, splitting, with the wealthy and everyone else on separate tracks, moving away from each other. The letter K. But economist Peter Atwater has another image to consider, a Jenga tower.
I feel like the blocks in the Jenga tower, particularly at the very foundation, are being pulled away. At the top, so much is happening financially. And that would be okay if there was some level of robustness at the bottom. That if the K really represented strength at the top and the bottom. But what we have now is all of this oversized activity at the very top. Meanwhile, below it is becoming more and more fragile.
In October, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that this bifurcated economy is something he's watching very, very carefully.
No, it's not.
And Peter's watching closely too. He believes that if something causes the wealthiest consumers to pull back on spending, say a big decline in the stock market, it could send the Jenga blocks toppling.
We think of these markets as being representative of strength. And as a researcher, what I know is that invincible markets are incredibly fragile. And as confidence falls, scrutiny will intensify.
One area that Peter thinks is especially vulnerable to scrutiny right now, AI.
I think what it would take to topple is a relatively small event that challenges the confidence in AI. Individuals will challenge the benefits of all of this AI abstraction and demand immediate tangible results that it does not appear that it can yet deliver.
So what would it take to bolster the Jenga Tower's foundations and to start narrowing the diverging parts of the K? It's no easy task. The government shutdown has put new immediate strains on lower-income Americans, with SNAP benefits on hold. And longer-term fixes haven't found much political momentum, at least at the federal level.
Things like, reforming the tax code, looking at things like the capital gains tax, which really is very low in this country, right? Looking at things like the payroll tax, estate tax, corporate tax rates, right? There's a lot of ways that you could change tax law to make it more progressive. I think economists would argue. I don't know right now how widespread of support there is for doing things like that at the federal level, right? We just had a massive tax reform package go through that in some ways was kind of the opposite of what we're talking about. That was perhaps more helpful to higher income and corporations.
Is a K-shaped economy just a euphemism for an unequal economy? Is the K just measuring inequality?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to some economists who noted that inequality, it's not new for the U.S. economy, right? We've had widening inequality for decades here. But widening inequality, when it gets to levels like what we're seeing right now, tends to not be good for an economy, because what it can mean is that you can actually have slower growth, and it can even lead to things like social unrest.
It's not just inequality in terms of an economic sense. This is inequality in multiple dimensions at once. Because for those at the bottom, they have scarcity in education, in healthcare, in childcare, in job opportunity. They have what I call stacked vulnerability, where the economic piece is just one more thing. And at the same time, those at the top have overabundance in everything. Power, money, influence. And so it's become very difficult for those at the bottom to ignore what's happening around them.
This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. To get more from The Big Take and unlimited access to all of Bloomberg,
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. Max 35 or the Cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. They're at different price points. But take a teaspoon a day every day. Swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or so, and then swallow. This will improve the health of your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, help to maintain your mucosal barrier, and help the health of your epithelial lining. That way, you're boosting up your immune system. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 35 or the cleanse. Take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day and then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon a day. But take it every day. This is something that I've been doing for over 5 years, 5.5 years or so. Please go to my store and get the dual purpose deodorants. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. These are made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural, no aluminum, no baking soda, all natural ingredients, very high quality. It's dual purpose. You use it as a daily deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. Very high quality deodorants for males and females. And by detoxifying your body regularly, you're improving your immune system, your endocrine system. That's super important for the winter season. Go to my store and be prepared for the winter season by getting the drops that I have. You can get it in blueberry, in cherry flavor, and also in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. Very high quality. The moment you have that throat irritation, mitigate it right away by taking the drops. Have some at home, have some at work. Take them right away. If someone around you is not feeling so well, especially during the winter season, take them right away and block it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
SoftBank saying that they do have a lot of projects they want to fund. There's Stargate data centers, AI robot manufacturing sites, and so this is mainly a necessary financing measure. Very interesting though, because their executives were asked, is this you trying to stave off an AI bubble, trying to prepare for that? But they kind of sidestepped the question. CFO Yoshimitsu Goto of SoftBank saying that they can't say whether we're in an AI bubble or not, but this measure is merely a financing step.
Right. If nothing else, it shows how much capital is needed to chase AI investments. Let's take a look at Paramount Skydance, which I initially typed in PARA, but realized that's
changed.
It's changed. It's a new ticker, exactly.
It's a good ticker, the P-Sky.
P-Sky, yeah, it's very, it rolled off the tongue. But yes, Paramount Skydance, P-Sky, those shares are doing well this morning, up more than 11% now, so extending some of their opening gains there. And again, we saw their financial report results for the first time since a new investor group took over in August.
I'm going to pivot over to the Hill, and they're talking about Barstool's David Portnoy slams anti-Semites and says hate is rising. This is, I think, a critique by Robbie on the Hill. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. When you're detoxifying your body regularly, soaking up free radicals and bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system, you're helping your endocrine system, you're helping your vascular system and reducing plaque formation, and you're also helping with your brain function by reducing inflammation and protecting those neurons. Super important. Please go to my store. This is a month's supply. It has micronutrients. It's a high-density protein. This barley is heirloomed. The barley that you buy at the grocery store, it doesn't have nutrients anymore. This is powerful stuff. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or just with milk. But take it every day. Bring down that inflammation. You'll also notice that your joints will, if you have joint issues because of inflammation, your joints will have less of that inflammation and perform better. You'll recover quicker after a workout. Because you get a lot of benefits from taking this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the heirloom barley, and by detoxifying your body regularly and bringing down inflammation, you're also slowing down the aging process. Part of the aging process is chronic inflammation, chronically being exposed and accumulating toxins. Well, if you get rid of those, guess what? Your body performs better and it slows down the aging process. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley. Make sure you use discount 5.
Unleash your X Factor with expert tools. Introducing the new Stellar M22, featuring expert pulsed light. Turn every...
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a great show for you today. It is a cold and dark and dreary morning in the nation's capital, Niall, and the first of many to come, unfortunately, but here we are.
Let's look on the bright. That was a very bleak introduction, Robbie.
Yes, it was.
Not only your terrific Tuesday bigging us all up.
Well, it will be your challenge, Niall, to improve my mood.
Yeah.
So choose your words carefully, my friend.
Not something that the gloomy Irish are typically genetically very well suited to.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm reading a book right now, The Terror, which is a historical fiction about the doomed Terror and Erebus expeditions to find the Northwest Passage in the 1840s. And so the sailors, many of them are British and Irishmen. The main character, Crozier, is an Irishman. And listening to the audiobook.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to an impression of one of your countrymen.
Well, I hope it's vaguely proximate to reality, at least.
It's very good.
We shall see. Coming up on Rising, the Supreme Court has rejected a call to revisit its decision on same-sex marriage.
Plus, the Democrats are calling on Senator Chuck Schumer to step down as leader after 8 senators voted with Republicans to end the government shutdown.
And President Trump has pardoned Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and others who allegedly tried to overturn the 2020 election results. But first, Robbie, what is on your radar?
Well, Niall, Barstool founder Dave Portnoy appeared on CBS News over the weekend claiming that anti-Semitism is on the rise. The popular sports and politics commentator is Jewish and said the number of racist insults he receives on a daily basis has dramatically increased. Take a look.
I've seen in my own experience, just being Barstool, the difference between how much hate I get. I never got, occasionally you get, hey, Jew or whatever. It's every day now. Like, there's a definitive shift in what's going on. So, yes, now for me, being a Jewish person, like, you gotta step up. You're kind of someone people look up to in the Jewish community. You have to be like, all right, this is not normal, with the guys. People are coming in with real hate.
His comments follow a viral instance of anti-Semitism in which someone screamed "F the Jews" at Portnoy on the street in broad daylight. Let's watch.
Come to the camera, buddy. Why? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on, right there.
To be clear, it's totally fine to hate Dave Portnoy, but F the Jews? Now, I'm highlighting that incident because it is notable, in my view. This was not an internet comment from some random faceless troll. We all receive unpleasant and occasionally vile feedback on social media from accounts that disparage people for all sorts of reasons, race, gender, sexuality, and so on. But usually the would-be insult hurlers are a bit more restrained in person, where they can be identified, named, and shamed and suffer adverse impacts, loss of job, etc. In fact, the person who screamed that was arrested. Now, in other words, I think we need to face a really uncomfortable fact. Anti-Semites increasingly feel empowered to express anti-Jewish animus in public. Their intolerance has been branded as edgy, cool, and contrarian, and ultimately acceptable, and that's a very, very bad thing. Now, look, I realize it can be a bit grating to listen to rich and famous and powerful people like Dave Portnoy complain about how they're being treated. I, for one, think if you make a living as a commentator, you just have to deal with the fact that people are going to utter obscenities at you. It comes with the territory. Pundits, like myself, who obsess over how frequently they've been threatened or have often lost their sense of proportion, of how entitled they seem. Furthermore, pundits who complain about, for instance, racist or misogynistic feedback are often merely objecting to the fact that their commentary has grown stale, is no longer resonating with their audiences. So these complaints can also serve as an invitation for censorship, i.e., my critics are viciously attacking me, and therefore social media CEOs and or Congress must silence them. And look, we all know how that turns out, so let's set all that aside. For all those reasons, I'm personally highly resistant to arguments that online hate represents anything particularly real or that a certain kind of animus or prejudice is increasing. On just the anti-Semitism front, we've been treated year after year to claims by Jewish advocacy groups like the Anti-Defamation League that the picture's always getting a little bit worse. These groups can be like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The lesson of that story, though, is...
Here's the problem with Robbie's analysis. something that could be very benign in the cyber world, on the internet, in social media. So people are having some hateful comments. May seem benign, but when you have enough benign activity happening, it can lead to something that's malignant. And so you have to pay attention, especially if there's an amalgamation. During my early days in my Ph.D. studying chaos theory, when you look at buyers and sellers in a market, all right, or you can apply this to any complex, very complex social system, all right, or a biological system for that matter. But if you look at something that has a complex feedback loop, and in this case, what I was looking at was the dynamics of financial markets, buyers and sellers. You can have 50% of the population buyers, 50% of the population sellers, and there's a stable market. But there is a difference between the buyers and the sellers mixed in the society in a more homogeneous way versus a heterogeneous way, meaning that if you have a population that is mostly mixed of buyers and sellers, you have a stable market. But when you have a population where the buyers are all amalgamated in one side of the society, and the sellers are amalgamated in another part of the society, then there are positive feedback loops of sentiment within those populations. The sellers will be pessimistic, the buyers will be overly optimistic. And therefore, what will happen is that you may have, depending on who starts the fire, either a bubble or a crash, even though the number of buyers and sellers hasn't changed. So internal discussion within subcultures and positive feedback loops without getting information from an outside source can lead to disruption in the society. This is very common in complexity science and in chaos theory. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. When you have enough concentration of negative sentiment of a group of people, blacks, trans, feminism, whatever it is, all right, you will end up eventually to have that subculture turning malignant in the society because of this amalgamation of the subculture.
Not that all wolf warnings are false. Indeed, there eventually is a wolf and it kills all the sheep. Similarly, I am deeply troubled by how much casual anti-Semitism I am encountering on both the right and left these days. And when I say anti-Semitism, I mean actual anti-Semitism. Not criticism of Israel, not disagreement with U.S. support for the war in Gaza, not fervent objection to the policies of Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's true, the people who criticize Israel, oppose war, and dislike Netanyahu have been smeared.
Real anti-Semitism is born out of the positive feedback loops of the amalgamation of subcultures that you would think at the very surface, at the level 1 analysis, is benign. But what happens is that there is a cascade effect that will lead to a budding out of that subculture that's amalgamated into anti-Semitism. And that's the problem that we're seeing here, is that these echo chambers are creating a potential energy source for a kinetic event that leads to anti-Semitism. But this can be applied to anything, though. This can be applied to anything in society. But there's definitely a problem here. Now, it goes even deeper. And I mentioned this on my last video. when individuals, when the problem with the whole ultra liberal agenda that's tied to socialism and tied to Marxism, you have to blame people to try to get your policies, your Marxist policies. So it started as, oh, it's the males. It's male chauvinism, and therefore we need to have, we need to have feminism. So it was to divide the male and the female. And it's a very powerful divide because it's affecting procreation, affecting the relationships of male and female and family creation. It's a very powerful wedge. Then, not enough socialistic policies were instituted, and therefore you have to go to the next level. Well, you can't just demonize the male, you have to demonize the white male. And it's a slippery slope from demonizing the white male to demonizing the white female. So it's not, so all of a sudden it's whites that are the oppressor category and non-whites the oppressed category. Before it was just males as the oppressor. Then it was white males. Then slowly it ended up adding in white females. Then the next slippery slope in socialism, in this Marxism, because you have to divide the country, right? It's all about division. It's all about, socialism doesn't work when there isn't an oppressor, right? So they can't gain momentum with their constituents if there's no oppressor. So they create an oppressor. Now there must be an oppressor. So this next slippery slope is, okay, you have white males, white females. The next slippery slope is, well, now it's Republicans or constitutionalists. So now they're subdividing the population even more and putting them into the oppressor category because of colonialization or whatever. And eventually what will happen is that there's further subdivision of the society within what's considered the oppressed category. They further divide themselves. It's not just females that are non-white. Now the oppressor within that subculture are Asians. Asians are oppressors to blacks because they score better on assessment tests, or they do better economically. They have better jobs. So they must be oppressors according to the BLM movement. So there's further subdivision that takes place in this. This is their mindset. Well, once you subdivide the culture enough, you start to lose cohesion. Well, you need to have a glue on, right? You need some sort of mechanism to have some sort of commonality. That commonality is starting to, that glue on, to keep that commonality of the society of the oppressors, the society of the oppressed, to maintain their push on socialism. That glue to keep the society from devolving and fighting each other is anti-Semitism. It always has. It's not just an American phenomenon. It's always been like this for the last 2,000 years. You look at just overall history, it's always been like this. So there's enough of a subdivision that's taking place in this socialistic Marxist movement where there's an oppressor and an oppressor category and subcategories where they're fighting each other now. You know, it's not just women in sports, it must be trans in sports. So they keep on further subdividing and alienating their own constituents. But they have to have something that puts them together. Anti-Semitism. This is the reason why you have LGBTQ for Hamas, right? There's an infighting within the LGBTQ community with more conservative or middle of the road feminists. But to keep them together, you have to have a common enemy. And that common enemy in their mind is Zionism or Judaism. Now, there are many problems with Zionism, many problems with Zionism. But the point here that I'm making is what keeps the cohesion within that socialistic movement, what keeps the cohesion in that Marxist movement is anti-Semitism. Now that's the ultra left. You have something very similar with the ultra right, but it's not as prevalent, and there's not as many subdivisions as the socialistic movement that's taking place in the United States. But it is happening. There's subdivisions. You start seeing that there is fighting within the Conservative Party about what is America first. Is America first always stay out of a foreign war, or be judicious in certain wars? And there's infighting that takes place. What's the glue on? Anti-Semitism. This analysis is 100% correct, and it's been like this for over 2,000 years. Now, the silver lining is that betting against a people that have lasted for 3,500 years, a culture that has maintained its code of conduct, what's written in the Old Testament, in the oral law, and maintaining that code of conduct for 3,500 years, betting against a people like that have been roaming around, and in terms of population, very small compared to other populations of the world, especially religious populations, betting against that type of group of people that have survived for 3,500 years Sorry about that. For some reason, while I'm talking about the socialistic aspects of anti-Semitism, Rumble decided to prevent my feed to feed into YouTube. So I had to reset certain parameters. So I apologize. I don't know at what point it froze. So I'll just continue on with the show. But thank you for being patient and waiting for me to reset. We don't really have freedom of speech. There's censorship. There are these systems that we use like Rumble and YouTube. You think that you have a freedom of speech? You really don't. You don't have freedom of reach, and certain things or certain topics can cause disruption with the broadcast. So I apologize for that. But even Rumble has censorship. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help with strengthening your musculature, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals. By doing that, you're slowing down the aging process. You're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your vascular system, even your brain function. And you're building muscle. So please go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley. Make sure you do some resistance training throughout the week. And olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is a dual purpose supplement. It'll help to boost up your immune system and to help with your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and helps you to maintain the right lipid profile. Helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Digestive enzyme complex. Digestive enzyme complex helps to reduce the load on your pancreas. As we get older, our pancreas doesn't function as well, no matter how healthy you are. It's really important to take supplements that helps with digestion. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids and reduce the load on your pancreas. You'll be able to absorb your nutrients better. And this has bromelain, which is an enzyme that helps to break up clots. And it also has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins. This is the reason why I told everybody back in 2020 to take my digestive enzyme complex on my store, because it breaks up glycoproteins and prevents clots. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. By taking bromelain, that works to break up clots, reduces clot formation, and everyone knows that during the aftershock of 2020, that clot formation is a problem. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All righty.
Sephora carries a section of that market, drugstores carry a section of that market, but they're really the only one that carries the full spectrum.
And talk to us about the president and the CEO, Kecia Steelman.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing her name correctly?
Kecia Steelman.
Kecia Steelman, okay. Mm-hmm. She is an insider, meaning she worked at the company itself as an operations
executive. I'm going to play something from Bill O'Reilly.
We'll begin tonight with Bill O'Reilly, host of the No Spin News, BillO'Reilly.com. His content's on YouTube, and his new book, Confronting Evil, Staying Strong, on the New York Times bestsellers list. Bill, it is good to see you as always. Is this the result of Donald Trump realizing he is vulnerable on the economy?
Sure. I mean, it wasn't tough to see what happened last week. So the Republicans are trying to figure out how to alleviate the suffering of the masses. And the 2000
Okay, so today he was asked about the affordability crisis. By your Fox News, take a listen. Is this a voter perception? We'll begin that with Bill O'Reilly, host of the No Spin News, BillO'Reilly.com. His content's on YouTube, and his new book, Confronting List. Bill, it is good to see you as always. He is full on the economy.
Sure. I mean, it wasn't tough to see what happened last week. So the Republicans are trying to figure out how to alleviate the suffering of the masses.
Today he was asked about the affordability crisis. Amazing.
Still want to buy things that are treats. They still want to buy, have a little something for themselves. So they tend to go from buying, an expensive handbag or something like that to, maybe you buy a new lipstick, maybe you buy a new perfume or something like that. So beauty tends to benefit from economic nervousness in that way, which makes it especially resilient, I think.
Amanda, before we let you go, what's something that is, a headwind for the company? Is it tariffs? Is it something else?
Well, tariffs are looming for all retailers, and Steelman told me that they haven't seen a ton of tariff disruption in products themselves. She said that because most of the products they carry are MSRP, which means that the brands set the prices and they're the same across the industry, no brand really wants to be the first to move their prices. But where they're seeing it is in their ability to expand their store footprint. They want to open new brick and mortar locations, but construction materials fixtures have been highly impacted by tariffs, so they're having to curtail that just a little bit.
Amanda, thank you so much for joining us. Amanda Mull, senior reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. This is the cover story on Bloomberg Business Week here. Some great stuff from Amanda. You can check that out at BloombergBusinessWeek.com or on the terminal or anywhere you get those magazines and things. So very cool story.
Hold time. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's try this again.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Boo and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs? Employer Fox News, take a listen. Is this a voter perception issue of the economy, or is there more that needs to be done by Republicans on Capitol Hill, or done in terms of policy?
More than anything else, it's a con job by the Democrats.
Is it really a con job that people are feeling like the economy's not working for them?
No, I wouldn't say it's a con job, but for the Democratic Party to portray the American economy as in dire trouble, that's certainly a con job. Unemployment is fairly steady. I mean, most people who want a job can get one. Inflation isn't igniting.
It's not right. No. Unemployment rate for new grads is 9%. What world is Bill O'Reilly in?
But not food prices, and that's what's really rankling most people. I was in LA over the weekend, and flying out, the airport was packed. People are moving, they're going places, and the consumer is buying. The hotel I stayed at, the cheeseburger was $36.
Yeah, that says you stay at fancy hotels, Bill.
I know. And then I asked him, is anybody stupid enough to buy this $36 cheeseburger? Oh, yeah, it's a lot of them.
Well, of course they do, because it's a fancy hotel. Yeah, but Bill, you said something important. Yeah, I'm sure it was a nice hotel. You don't have to tell us what he said. But this is the point, though. You said something really important. You said the American economy. Which you're right, the American economy is doing great. It's when people feel like their own personal economy is not doing all that great. So this is by the numbers. Worries over the government shutdown surged in early part of November, pushing consumer sentiment down 30% since January to its lowest point in more than 3 years and just off its worst level ever. You got to go back to the 1950s. 61% of Americans think Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions. 79% of independents disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy. Nobody cares what unemployment is. They care whether they got money left over at the end of the week and don't have to think about what groceries they can buy or not. And I think that Republicans, as I'm observing this, you and I are observers, are making the same mistake that Democrats did the last time around because they wanted to talk about the stock market and employment numbers and on and on and on, rather than how people feel.
Well, look, you can talk about how people feel all day long, doesn't solve the problem. The problem is, and this is simple from a simple man, that some staples of life are far too expensive. Mm-hmm. Food, insurance. Housing. You want to insure your house, yep, or your car or your health. It is way out of line now, way out of line. And those are the things that drain the family treasury. And people are getting angrier and angrier and angrier because they don't know why it's going up so much and so fast. So what
it's going up so fast is because the Federal Reserve printed too much money. There was too much fiscal spending during COVID. And oh, by the way, don't you remember Lehman? And the massive amount of money printing to prevent deflation? Oh, don't forget, 20-year war in the Middle East. 22-year war.
Is to appoint a cost of living czar. Someone who would go out a couple of times a week and say, these are the problems, here's what we're trying to do to solve them. But fundamentally, Leland, the American economy is strong because consumers are still spending. Some of them are spending money they don't have. They're riding themselves into debt. But the consumer is spending so much that President Trump can get away with the tariffs. Tariffs are basically an admission charge for countries abroad to sell their stuff here, which they have to do because Americans buy more stuff than anybody else on earth by far. And now, because we do that, the tariffs have been successful in Donald Trump's eyes, so he's giving back our money because we made it happen. We consumers made the tariffs happen. Just kind of fair. On the other hand, you could say this is a giveaway, just like the Democrats are giving away everything. Trump is trying to play that book.
Right.
So you've got to basically be watching. But I hope the White House is watching right now. Cost of living czar.
Okay, well, they heard it here first. I have not heard that term yet. You and I could argue about what happens with czars, number one. And number two, you and I could walk down memory lane of all the times that the government has tried to plan the economy and pick winners and losers. It doesn't end so well. But part of this, I keep going back to this idea of letting the American people know that the president understands how they feel and is fighting for them. And again, we put together President Trump talking about the affordability crisis and Joe Biden talking about the affordability crisis, whether or not they understand what the American people feel. Take a listen.
I don't want to hear about the affordability because right now we're much less.
I think it was back in July, you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy.
Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. Yes. I told you I'd have a soft landing. They talked about, oh, prices are up. No. Prices are down. More inflation. Stupid son of a bitch.
Why is President Trump denying?
Proper shirts for life's bigger moments. For all of life's proper shirt.
Why is President Trump denying to people that they feel this pain? He won on talking about
he doesn't want to hear it.
He doesn't want to admit to the reality.
Leland. And both presidents that you showed didn't want to believe the economy was in bad shape or that there was a legitimate grievance. They didn't want to believe it.
Is that a mistake for President Trump?
Say that again?
Is that a mistake? Well, I should say it was a mistake for Joe Biden. Is it the same mistake for Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's a mistake. You gotta feel the pain of the folks. And when the insurance bills roll in and they're double what they were 5 years ago, and you didn't call up the get-go to get your car fixed, and you know Patrick Mahomes is making $10 million doing these insurance commercials, then you're a little teed off, right? So all of this is the real world.
What about with healthcare that's coming up?
That is the most vexing problem in America today, because the Democratic Party wants the federal government to control the entire healthcare industry, just like Canada, which is a disaster, by the way, for Canadians. And the Republican Party has nothing to alleviate the high cost of healthcare insurance. So talk about one big mess.
Yeah.
Which team are you going to side with? Both teams are ineffective and don't have any solution to the problem as we sit here tonight.
Yeah, and one of the things that people care about the most and most affects every family. Every family's got to deal with it. You pointed that out on the No Spin News earlier. You mentioned you were out in Los Angeles, staying at fancy hotels, talking to fancy people like Bill Maher on HBO. Take a listen.
Now you're into all this fringe garbage that Americans don't want. I think that's your posture. Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but go ahead. Okay. But you might want to rethink, because that's a good way to put it. Well, I'm still on the air here now, but go ahead. We did a town hall in News Nation 2 weeks ago from the Kennedy Center. 23 million people watched. 23 million, okay? You can add up all the HBOs you want, you're not going to come close.
My favorite was Jared Moskowitz.
Yeah, I felt sorry for the congressman in between these two bloviators. I think my best line of the evening when he was telling me about Gavin Newsom being so charismatic, I said, the only reason you say that is because you and Newsom have the same hair. You know, that slick back kind of 50s Fonzie look. And so the audience just loved it. But the beauty of that exchange, and it was a long one, we have it posted on BillO'Reilly.com if you want to see it, is that most people are intimidated by Mr. Maher. He's an intimidating guy. He gets out there and he, speaks his mind, which I like. But I'm not intimidated.
No, you're not intimidated by anybody.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, right, Leland?
It's a very good thing.
Polo tried to intimidate me. He tried, but he couldn't do it, and so he has to grow a mustache to be disguised now. Because he wasn't able to intimidate me, so now he doesn't want people to recognize him.
That's a few leaps of logic, but I'm going to think about it later. Hearing you now, thinking about it later. I want to get you to this because we've got a special coming up. We're starting to do these. They're pretty good. I think this is the best one yet. America's Greatest Warriors. Tomorrow, after the show, I am being told that we do have the sound. Do we? No, we do not have the sound. Tomorrow, 10 p.m., 9 Central, so right after On Balance. I thought this was the best one, Bill. Not because of you, but because we went up to West Point and I got to spend the day with the head of the history department there, walking around the statues and talking about the generals you and I talked about. It was magical.
Number one, on the No Spin News on BillO'Reilly.com, we did have the clips because we had Leland on today. So if you want to watch the preview, you go there. You can't even watch it on Leland's show. And number two, what I liked about your trip to West Point is that the historian that you spoke with disagreed with me. Mm-hmm. So we rank the generals all the way back to the Revolutionary War up to Afghanistan.
You know, the
biggest mouth in the world. I'm going, this general was good, this general wasn't so good. We picked the best general, I did anyway, and your guy disagrees with me. All of that is gold.
By the way, Bill, yeah, the head of the history department at West Point didn't agree with you, he agreed with me. Just saying.
He's a smart man then. You know, but look, I like that. I like
No, it's great. It's great. And people are going to love the special amount, and they're going to learn a lot too, which is always what happens when you and I get together on these. It's fantastic. Our best one yet. Bill, thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
And before we start discussing those names, I know you saw Ep17 at the top of the screen here. I want to talk to you about what a lot of people are calling a trap right now, the Gartner IT trap. This is a real famous chart. And essentially you're saying when these hot new stocks start to move, there's a stealthy phase. Most people haven't heard about it. For some reason, they think the smart money's in there. Smart money and public money have reversed. Public money's been buying this here. And so your first sell-off usually doesn't have these stocks go down much. It's called the bear trap. You don't want to go short them because they go back up. But now, you see where it says bull trap right here? This is where they're saying we are, Ava. That, okay, these stocks have had huge moves. Everyone's talking about new paradigms. They pulled back this little bitty bounce like we're getting today. Don't buy it. What do you say to something like that?
I'm buying it. So I think we're far along. I think this is not a bubble because if you look at the fundamentals, the valuations of these stocks are not detached from the fundamentals. There are some valuations that are a little far along the near-term fundamentals, but in most cases, that's not the case. And AI is real, AI growth is real, and you can actually measure it.
Well, here's the thing, though. You do say AI this has been their first test, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So that dip that we saw, that's not a bull trap, but it was a test. Valuation fatigue, everyone's talking about return on investment, right? Even if they can even raise that kind of money, energy constraints, we know that's an issue. And just the urge sort of to rotation out of those names. We're past this for now?
I think we're far along. We're not completely past it, but we are far along. I think more and more of us are realizing that we have a lot of negativity, as you said, in the market. People saying that's a bubble, that's an AI bubble. It's not like the .com. In this case, you have real cash flows, you have record earnings, and you have productivity that's measurable because of AI. And you can actually measure that. That's what makes this different. But this time we have data that support, in most cases, the valuation.
Yeah, Mag 7 they make $1 billion every 16 hours. You say AI superpowers, and they're greater role in the economy, right? This is our sock puppets. In fact, moving faster than the Federal Reserve, another catalyst now, they're going to spark a growth super cycle. So this sounds like more like the beginning than the end.
I think so, exactly. And in some cases, I want to be honest here, in some cases you see companies that say we use AI, but you can't really measure it, and then they're firing people and they're hiring them back. We want to avoid these mistakes. But you have companies like Ep17, which I think is the best example of AI.
We're going to get that 1 second, but let me ask you real quick before we switch. Deflationary.
Yes.
In an era right now, the Federal Reserve is so focused myopically on inflation rather than the jobs crisis. You're saying deflationary impact is what we're going to get from AI.
Yeah, 100%. And you see this because the AI is cutting jobs faster than the Fed is cutting rates. And as a result, in many cases, we see lower jobs are coming down, people are getting fired. And that's an unfortunate scenario. because spending is coming down, and then you have less liquidity in the market, and so that's deflationary. But that's supporting the valuation. So you have the bad news, which is bad for the people, and then but that actually supports the growth stocks and their valuations in our case.
So AppLovin, I don't know how much we're up on this since you came on. I mean, this you mentioned this a couple of years ago. This stock has been a juggernaut. They had 3 short attacks against it. The media helped those shorts try to push the stock down. It's come roaring back. The number 1 percentage gainer in today's session, and you think this just keeps going?
Yeah, you know what's interesting about AppLovin? The gross margin is same as its peers, as its category. But its EBITDA margin, it's what happens after the gross margin that makes it unique. Its EBITDA margin is 5 to 6 times higher than the rest of the category. That means that they're using it better than anyone to streamline their operations, cut costs, expand their margins. That's why we love it, and that's why it's been one of the best S&P 500 names.
It's a beast. It is an absolute beast. Robinhood's been a beast this year, and you like this predictions market tokenization. You say this is going to continue to drive growth.
Tokenization is a market measure in the trillions. Prediction markets, as their CEO says, is on fire. Last time we spoke, between February and September, they did 4 billion event contracts. Now, just in October, they did 2.5 billion. That is an area that's growing. Whatever we said last time, add an exclamation point to it.
Can't let you go without Coin. It's so funny because I've been saying this year that Coin and Robinhood, the performance there signals a transferring, a changing of the guard. FinTech dominating over traditional financial companies.
And that's the key player because it's bridging traditional finance with digital assets. And there is a quite profit-making machine when it comes to Coin. Not many people speak about it. It's USDC because every dollar in their platform is pure margin. There's no overhead. It goes straight to the bottom line. And that's what I think is going to happen.
So if the digital finance, like Bitcoin, and altcoins and tokenization and all this is going to be so popular and there's going to be so much growth, why is Bitcoin having a problem? Why is Bitcoin still trading below $104,000 per coin? Why? I thought they just said that things are going to be great. Something wrong. There's something seriously wrong with the crypto market. There's a lot of manipulation going on. It's a pump and dump scheme.
It was 14% of the total revenue last year was related to USDC. That's going to 1/5 of the total revenue now, and I think it's going to grow.
Wow, good stuff. Love it. Great seeing you.
Great seeing you.
Congratulations. What time the AppLovin?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 will help with your cardiovascular health, bring down inflammation, help you to control your lipid profile, and also prevent the red blood cells from clotting too much. Now, Good Night formula is something that you should be taking every night. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. This will allow you to detoxify your central nervous system, consolidate memory, and to be well rested. When you're in 3 to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, your body will start to detoxify the central nervous system and consolidate memory. Super important. And this is the reason why, if you are sleep deprived chronically, you are increasing your chances of early onset of dementia. So it's important to get good sleep. In addition, everyone knows if you have regular good sleep, you slow down the aging process. So please go to my store and get the Good Night formula. Guess what? It'll help you to slow down the aging process. Vitamin B complex boosts up your energy levels so you have more ATP through vitamin B1 through B4. Vitamin B complex helps to rev up that cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex helps to protect your neurons. I think that's going to be really important for you, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my protocol. Live a long life. Destroy socialism.
about anti-Semitism. This time, it's not the well-known left-wing anti-Semitism. It's on the right. It came to the fore when Tucker Carlson had an interview with the known anti-Semite and at one time pro-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Now, the problem was this was not in isolation. If you want to have an edgy guest, you have to be very careful. When William F. Buckley on his famous firing line had such people, he took a great risk. But Buckley did something different than Tucker did, not to give them an unfiltered platform without counter-examination, but to show everybody that these ideas were not only dangerous, but could be easily refuted. So Buckley constantly cross-examined them, something Tucker didn't do, which poses another question. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hansen for the Daily Signal. There's been a lot of controversy recently about anti-Semitism and the threat that it poses to the United States at large. And it's been very controversial because this time it's not the well-acknowledged and well-known left-wing anti-Semitism. What we see on campuses where people are yelling "river to the sea," or they're chasing Jews into a library, or they're tearing down pictures of the Israeli hostages. What we've seen for the last 2 years is on the right. And it came to the fore this week when Tucker Carlson on his platform gave an interview or had an interview with the known anti-Semite and at one time pro-Nazi Nick Fuentes, very young man, never written much. He's not an activist with anywhere the audience of Charlie Kirk, but he's well known, he's glib, and Tucker had him on. Now, that caused an enormous controversy because of the things that Fuentes has said in the past. He's supported going after Jews, suggesting that they are behind many of the nefarious cabals or conspiracy that take place, that they're not really white people. He's attacked J.D. Vance, his wife, Vice President Vance's wife, because she's Indian, and they named their children with Indian first names. I could go on and on. That record is well documented. Tucker chose, nevertheless, to interview him. Now, the problem was that this was not in isolation. He had the World War II revisionist Darrell Cooper. He wasn't a historian. Tucker said he was the most prominent historian writing today in America. That was not true. He's never written an article or a book about World War II. But he is known for suggesting that a cabal in the United States, and you know who that is, had unduly influenced the Roosevelt administration to ally with Russia over either keeping neutral or allying, as a later guest, David Cohen suggested, allying with Adolf Hitler and the Nazis. Many of the things that Cooper said, as I have addressed in writing and in podcasts, were demonstrably untrue. So there was a backstory there. So when people got, when Tucker had Nick Fuentes have this wide platform, he has a big audience, the question was, why are you doing this? And if you want to have an edgy guest, you have to be very careful. Radical left or radical right. They get prominence because they're usually rhetoricians, they're orators, they're demagogues, and they're adept at speaking. And when William F. Buckley on his famous firing line had such people, he took a great risk. Elridge Cleaver.
See, I've been talking about William F. Buckley for a while, and now all of a sudden people are starting to talk about him. I'm telling you, William F. Buckley understood what was changing in the United States back in 1950s. And he used firing line and the National Review to push conservatism. And he stated, you cannot let the ultra-right take the high ground in terms of conservatism, because you're going to lose. You're going to lose at the ballot box. Nick Fuentes will destroy the Republican Party. Now, the question is he just doing this because he wants clicks and notoriety and monetize his channel through primarily the youth that don't know any better? Or is it that he's a plant to try to sow division within the Republican Party. I'm not sure. I can make a case for either. I don't know. It's okay to say you don't know something, even if you have a Ph.D. All right? So, I don't know. I'm not sure. But either way, if he's there to sow division, or he's just doing it for clicks and shock value, it will cause problems at the ballot box.
Black Panther Party, a convicted felon, a serial rapist. Ditto Huey Newton, who shot and killed someone on the show. William Shockley, the eugenicist, Buckley had on. George Wallace, the at one time segregationist. But Buckley did something different than Tucker did. The point was not to give them an unfiltered platform without disagreement or counter-examination or rebuttal, but to show everybody that these ideas were not only dangerous, but could be easily refuted. So Buckley constantly cross-examined them, something Tucker didn't do, which poses another question. He had an interview in the same format with Ted Cruz, a fellow conservative. At one time, they were very close. And yet, Tucker used all of his knowledge, his wit, his repartee, and cross-examined Cruz unmercifully. Unmercifully. And he came with data. He drilled him on the population of Iran. Don't you know that? What I'm getting at is, why would you give an interview with a conservative senator who agrees in 90% with what you do, and yet try to cross-examine him and interrupt him and make him look foolish? If that's what you want, it's a free country. But why not use that same technique at someone who is well beyond the limits of acceptable discourse, somebody who's called openly for racist punishment and for ostracism of blacks and Jews? And why not just show the world what Nick Fuentes was and is? But he didn't do that. Why is this happening? Why are we having Candace Owens saying there's a ring of Jews in Hollywood? Why are we having Nick Fuentes get this sudden prominence? Why these World War II revisionist historians? I think part of it is the left has so mainstreamed anti-Semitism, as we see on college campuses, and really said, that if you're Jewish, you're for Israel, and if you're for Israel, you're for genocide, and demonize and threaten the safety of Jews. That people on the right felt, well, the left has sort of taken down the restrictions on what we can say and do, and we're going to take advantage of it and do what they're doing. We anti-Semites on the right are going to join the freedom allow the anti-Semitism on the left. There's demography too. The Jewish population is not as big as it is. It's only about 7 million. And a lot of Jews are non-observant, or they're in part of the melting pot natural process of assimilation and acculturation. In contrast, the Arab and Muslim population is approaching 3.5 or 4 million, and it's scheduled to take over from Jews. And they are located, these populations, in key electoral swing states: Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey. And a lot of people think, you know what, we have to give a certain leeway to anti-Semitic ideas expressed by this particular Muslim or Arab group, because the Jewish so-called lobby is not as strong as it was. It's going the way of the Greek lobby, which is a very important group of Greek American Jews to ensure that Greece was treated fairly, and now they're intermarried and immigration is stopped from Greece. Maybe that's a reason as well. But there's one other key reason why we're seeing this really dangerous anti-Semitism emerge on the right. I want to say, first of all, there is a right-wing anti-Semitism different than the left-wing. Left-wing anti-Semitism is usually found among elites. It's in the university. It has a lot to do with the Middle East and its current manifestations. And usually it's Marxist. In other words, that the Jews are sneaky middlemen that control the economy. It comes right out of the mouth of Karl Marx. And this is what the Soviets were. Joseph Stalin was an anti-Semite. So we know what that is, that they are settler colonialists, that they're white victimizers in this Marxist binary the left has established. The right wing is a little bit different. It persecutes and demonizes Jews on the grounds that, well, these are Christ killers. They are responsible for the death of Jesus Christ, or they are not completely white, they're of a different race. It's a little bit more virulent, a lot more virulent, but it's easy, therefore it's more easily identifiable. The left is more insidious because it's practiced in a creed of the elite and the educated, supposedly. But there's this one key thing that's going on that is allowing these people to come forward. And when they come forward and they're mainstream, then elected officials like Marjorie Taylor Greene, or advisors, former advisors like Steve Bannon, Candace Owen, people get into the mix. And I think the reason for the rise of anti-Semitism is a element, the isolationist base of the MAGA movement felt that it was the driving force, and that it was going to be isolationist, and we were not going to get involved in the Middle East, and they were very suspicious of so-called, what they call neocons, and what they call Christian Zionists. As Tucker said, he hates Christian Zionists over any other people, even bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, I don't know. But they were losing influence. Donald Trump proved that he is not a neo-isolation, he's a Jacksonian. Targeted strikes to preserve and enhance U.S. deterrence. Take out Soleimani, Baghdadi, take out the nuclear facilities in Iran, but one-shot deals where we're not involved in a forever war. And they felt that he was being unduly influenced the way in the past, maybe Roosevelt or Truman had been unduly influenced by Jews, either to ally with Russia or to help found the state of Israel. And therefore our relationship with Israel showed the influence of Jewish advisors. But when you look at the Jewish advisors, they're some of the most prominent, important, brilliant people in the MAGA movement. Stephen Miller, special advisor to the president. Jared Kushner and Stephen Witkoff were the architects of the Gaza ceasefire. Howard Lutnick was very prominent in the campaign as Secretary of Commerce. I don't think we've ever had a better EPA director than Lee Zeldin. So there's not a secret cabal of Jews that are pulling strings. They're open, transparent. They're part of the MAGA movement. And let me just finish with Israel. This demonization that Israel is driving U.S. foreign policy. It's not. And they always talk about the neocons and the Iraq War. Dick Cheney.
When the temperature drops, America brings the heat with hot hands. America's favorite warmer.
Dick Cheney and George Bush and Don Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice. This was the inner circle of the Bush team, and they made the argument and went before Congress that we should take out Saddam Hussein preemptively. There was not any Jewish people that had authority to make that decision. Richard Pearl, David Frum, Max Boot, maybe they were advisors, but there was no neocon cabal. And then when you look at Israel, Israel opposed the Iraq War. They felt that it was a mixed direction in Western resources. The real enemy, if you were going to do something, and they weren't going to advise that, would be Iran rather than Iraq. If we look at Israel in conclusion, it's a constitutional consensual society in a sea of 500 Muslims that live under autocracy. There's 2 million Arab citizens inside Israel. And they have the same rights as Israeli citizens. There's 180,000 Christians. There's more Christians inside Israel than anywhere in the West Bank, and probably more than anywhere in the Arab world, and they have full rights. Everybody says, these people on the Tucker program saying Jewish state, it's a Jewish state. What you think that the 50 plus nations surrounding them are, they're Islamic states, but the difference is they're autocratic and unfree. Israel is a liberal society. It's our best friend. We would not have been able to take out the Iranian nuclear threat to the West. And by the way, it wasn't just Israel's idea. The Europeans were terrified of it. We were too. if the IDF's Air Force had not first neutralized the air defenses of Iran. And when you look at the people who have killed Americans, hundreds of them, it was Hezbollah blowing up the Marine barracks in 1983, blowing up the U.S. Embassy. The Israelis took out and nullified and made inert Hezbollah. We were attacking the Houthis independently. Israel has done more damage to them, the common enemy, than we have. So the alliance with Israel is not anti-U.S. interest, it's in our interest. Whether you're idealistic, and you should be, that we support fellow free nations that have constitutional government and treat their citizens equitably and fairly and protect their civil rights, or you believe strategically that we have a small number of very important allies that are muscular, strong, and they have the similar interests as we do, both in Europe, Japan, South Korea, and that small number of allied nations, Israel is preeminent. We just conclude then, empirically, there's no evidence that World War II, we should have allied with the Germans, or that we did something wrong in World War II. It was a heroic effort. We defeated fascism. We defeated Japanese militarism. We defeated Nazism. The Axis killed over 30 million Russians, Chinese, Jews, Eastern Europeans, civilians, well aside the military lives that they were responsible for taking. So there's no need for World War II revisionism. There's no need to say that the wars that we've been in the past were prompted by Jews or secret cabals. There's no need to demonize Jews by having Nick Fuentes on a program without cross-examination. And what do we as conservatives on the right do? I think we have to speak out according to our station anytime we see this recrudescence of anti-Semitism and say it's not founded on history, it's not founded on logic. And some of the most valuable citizens in the conservative movement, as well as the United States at large, are Jewish Americans. And we're very lucky to have such people. And the worst thing that the conservative movement, the Republicans in particular, would be allowed this anti-Semitic virus. That's a term that they often use, but it's a virus, it's a disease, it's a morbidity. We cannot let it spread, and it's past time to stop it. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson for the Daily Signal.
Before we go to Mark Levin, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the complete multivitamin. This is easy to digest, and you have the multivitamins that you need in this supplement for the proper enzymatic activity so your cells perform properly. It's really important to take this multivitamin. It's easy to digest. It's part of a foundation protocol to slow down the aging process. Another part of that foundational protocol is to take the probiotic. You can get it in powdered form or in veggie cap. Taking either one will help with your digestion, improve your gut biome, improve your immune system at the gut level, reduce inflammation, improve your metabolism, and also your brain function. And over time, your skin will improve. Please go to my store and get the probiotics and stack it with the multivitamin. And that's a great foundation to build off of. And then take the Max 35 or Cleanse for the first pillar to improve your immune system. Take C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar, ashwagandha root, lignans, and turmeric to improve your immune system. And Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism. And with that protocol, you will slow down the aging process. Another very important supplement to take is zeolite. Zeolite will detoxify your body. It'll bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, and to allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day, and you're detoxifying your body. And by doing that, your organ systems will perform better, your immune system and your endocrine system will perform better. And when you detoxify your brain, guess what? Your brain performs better. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Zeolite. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right. Let's see if we get a heart attack after listening to Mark.
And Levin, Sunday, welcome. What a powerhouse show. We have two great guests, Senator Ted Cruz and Governor Ron DeSantis. I want to cover an issue that's very, very important. Very important. And that is our country. Its survivability. What kind of place do we want to live in? We're kind of caught in a pincer movement right now. We have on the left Marxists, Islamists, Jew haters, American haters, and they're proud of it. They're out of the closet, full-throated. They're being funded heavily by billionaires through dark money, through foreign governments, through others, CARE, even Hamas. Then we have on what I call the fascistic right, with people who claim the mantle of MAGA. They're not MAGA. They're not America first. They don't even know what that means. And who do they embrace? Well, we pick an enemy. They embrace them all, but they're doing more than that. They're giving aid and comfort to the left, to the Marxists, to the Islamists, to the America haters and the Jew haters and the Christian haters. We know who they are. They was, oh, I only have questions. Oh, I only want to debate. These people are to be dismissed. They are political lepers. That's what they are. We ought not be platforming them. We ought not engage them in any rational or intellectual way. We need to dismiss them and reject them. We, you, the world have dealt with this before. Marxists, radical Islamists, fascistic types, we've dealt with all this. What's the debate? We have a debate of ideas. You must be a coward. It's not a question of being a coward, it's a question of being rational. No. I can't on the one hand say that these people need to be rejected and then on the other turn into Jerry Springer. That's not going to happen. Let's talk about our country. Let's start at the beginning, or close to the beginning. We're going to be celebrating 250 years since the founding of this nation. Now, to be perfectly accurate, it's 250 years since the Declaration of Independence from July 4th this coming year. The revolution actually began in 1775. The relative small number of citizens standing up to the British. And you know the story. Now, that said, what makes America different from every other country in the world, including these European countries with parliaments and so forth? What is it about America? Well, John Locke, one of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment period, on whom the founders of this country relied during the American Revolution, he said what makes it different. America's a blank slate. Never had a king, never had a queen, never had a feudal system. Those people over there, those colonists, whomever they are, they're very independent. That's who they are. America is different. Our history is not the history of all the rest of these European countries. Even though we imported some of their great ideas, particularly from Britain and France, ancient Greece, and who else did we import our ideas from? Who else? And it was crucial. The ancient Hebrews and the Christians. America is different for a couple of key reasons. The Judeo-Christian belief system and history, and the Enlightenment, the fusion of the two. There's not another country on the face of the earth, bar perhaps Israel, that has been founded on such a basis. Judaism, ancient Hebrews, are talked about all the time by the founders. The Christian belief system is talked about all the time by the founders. Same with the Enlightenment, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. And so as a result of that, we get this Declaration of Independence from the Second Continental Congress in July 4th.
Didn't he just talk about John Locke? Let's just repeat that. Now, do you remember back during COVID days where people started riding my coattails? How often were you hearing about John Locke, Plato? Right? No one was talking about that and the problems that we're having with the socialists. And all of a sudden he starts talking about John Locke. All right, let's just repeat that for a second.
The Christian belief system is talked about all the time by the founders. Same with the Enlightenment, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others.
This dude's listening to my channel.
And so as a result of that, we get this Declaration of Independence from the Second Continental Congress in July 4th, 1776, where people with disparate backgrounds from different colonies, different geographies, different economic priorities and so forth come together and say, we must confront what was the most powerful military in the world, the British. Even though the battles were going on in New England, New York, Massachusetts, that sort of thing, it didn't matter. They came along. South Carolina, Georgia, so forth and so on. What were they fighting for? It's called the Declaration of Independence. They declared what they're fighting for. The Declaration is based on a few crucial principles. Number one, there's a God. Number two, he's sovereign. Number three, we are his children. Number four, as a result, on earth, we are sovereign when it comes to, among other things, governance, we the people. Number five, there are eternal truths, the 10 Commandments, the Golden Rule, so forth and so on. What else? What else? We have unalienable rights. That is, rights as individual human beings, no matter who we are, from God, not from government. In fact, they're to protect us from government. What else? That we have a right to a government that represents our interests, not the interests of a relative few, a faction, or anything of that sort. Crucially important. Then we get around to the Constitution. They look at what? The Declaration. If you look at the Ninth Amendment, I would argue, Ninth Amendment gives a very concise statement of what is the Declaration of Independence. But what about all the rest of this? The Constitution, the separation of powers, checks and balances, all this stuff comes out of the Enlightenment. Now these men at the Constitutional Convention, they're looking at the Declaration, they're looking at the Judeo-Christian belief system, and they're looking at the Enlightenment. Now they're also looking at Athens and Rome and learning from ancient history. But these are the key parts. What does the Enlightenment tell us? What did we talk about before? Power must check power. Because even the most virtuous people are not always virtuous. And the more they are concentrated in terms of power, the fewer and fewer that have this power, the less virtuous they are. That's human experience. That's what it is. And so they have all this in mind, Judaism, Christianity, hence the Declaration of Independence, sovereignty, the people, the Enlightenment, you've got to check power with power, hence separation of powers. Montesquieu was the most specific about it, a judicial, an executive, and a legislative, which is what we have. And so this is the fantastic country that was created like no other. There's not another country on earth that has created what we've created. And what is the result of it? The greatest country on the face of the earth. Why? Because we have a declaration and we have a constitution. Well, that's part of it. But because you, Mr. and Mrs. America, you embrace it. You defend it. We have people in our families that have fought overseas, fought here in the United States, American against American during the Civil War. To do what? To defend our Constitution, to defend our Declaration, to defend our country. From what? From tyranny. Tyranny comes in many forms. Tyranny can be domestic. Tyranny can be foreign. Let me cut to the chase. When you have people into this country, many of them newly into this country, who talk about replacing our system, replacement theory is no longer a theory, it is a reality. Who talk about imposing Islamism and Sharia law on our society. Because that's what you saw when Mamdani gave his victory speech and the people in his audience that he personally invited to attend. That's what you saw, that's what you heard, that's what they believe. And if you are a fundamentalist radical Islamist as Mamdani is, as Sarsour is, as CARE represents, as the money flowing in from these countries represents. If you're going to stand with Hamas supporters, stand with people who supported the taking down of our Twin Towers of 9/11 and our Pentagon in central Pennsylvania, that's who you are. That's what you are. And they're out of the closet. You have imams. We have small city mayors. We have big city mayors. A really, really big city mayor coming now who believe this. And they also believe not in the fusion of Judeo-Christian belief systems with the Enlightenment, but the Islamist belief system with Marxism, which I've been talking about over and over again. Hence, Bernie Sanders and people of his ilk, true believers, true communists. So you have communism, Islamism, both of which are what? Utterly and completely incompatible with the founding of this nation. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Utterly incompatible. And so they hate them. They want to destroy them. They attack them. Some of them do it straight on. Some of them try and camouflage it. They have different tactics, different strategies. But in order for their ideologies to flourish, they have to destroy what exists. Then we have, from the fascistic, neo-Nazi, radical right, and by the way, I'm not talking about constitutional conservatives, not in the least. We're not on the radical right. We're right in the center. And I don't mean ideologically, I mean we're right in the center. We support the Constitution, the Declaration, the founding, and everything that was done to create this nation. How can we be right-wing? Right-wing of what? These people are not America first. America first isn't evil over good. America first isn't tyranny over liberty. America first isn't sounding like the Marxist, Islamist, anti-American Jew haters. That's not American at all. That's not America first, second, or third. No, they're aiding and abetting people who want to destroy the country. They want to destroy the country. You have individuals in that ilk, in that cabal, who talk up Hitler.
Something is strange about Nick Fuentes. Now, some people say maybe he's working for the government to create animosity within the Republican Party. That might be. Something odd about him. Now, he's gained a lot of notoriety because he's a shock jock. But I wouldn't be surprised if one day someone on the street beats the shit out of him.
Who platform people who talk up Hitler? You have individuals who talk up Stalin. Who platform people who talk up Stalin? You have individuals who defend Hamas as a political movement, not a terrorist movement. How many people have been slaughtered, Americans, by the Islamists? The Islamists have killed more Americans, as Victor Davis Hanson so brilliantly pointed out in the Free Press, than any other entity since the end of World War II. Did you know that? When we were hit on 9/11, we took a bigger hit than we took at Pearl Harbor. Are you aware of that? There's a lot of young people who aren't. They're being brainwashed to the opposite. If Stalin had had his way, America wouldn't have even existed. But we're told, no, Eisenhower was wrong. We're told Churchill's the bad guy. Hitler's misunderstood. And these guys, they are desperate for normal, regular Americans to debate them. To debate what?
I think that you need to engage. It's the marketplace of ideas. And as long as you stick to the facts, there will be a shining light that exposes the hate. And that hate will be abolished from this nation. Now, Nick Fuentes represents that hate. But hiding and not debating is not going to help. You have to engage the enemy.
They belong in a mental institution. The point is, I despise them because they're trying to use the cover.
Mark Levin needs to use his platform because it's so big, and he needs to debate him. And he needs to completely destroy Nick Fuentes' perspective. He's hiding. Why is Levin hiding? I don't like Fuentes. I think he's an abomination to this concept of God, country, and family. He's trying to sow division within the Republican Party and weaken the party so socialism comes in. Now, he could be against socialism, but if his efforts are to sow division in the Republican Party, then the Democrats are going to win. So all of this friendly fire that's going on is not helping the nation. And there's just something just fundamentally wrong with an individual that is trying to be a shock jock to gain notoriety and not trying to find the truth of the situation and make things better. And there's always, you just try to have to demonize, you're trying to demonize people. Everyone's a demon. But going against the people that are in the diaspora for over 2,000 years and hasn't been snuffed out, don't you think that there is a little bit of an anti-fragileness about the religion, the anti-fragileness about the character of the Jewish people? There's no civilization that has existed for as long. None. It's anti-fragile. Now, there's a religious component to that you can get into the metaphysics of it. But Nick's on the wrong side. But he'll gain followers. He'll gain followers by being a shock jock. Now, Mark's afraid to debate him because he's going to get even bigger. But the thing is that you have to debate it. You can't just walk away from Hitler. You got to debate Hitler. You got to show that Hitler's wrong. You got to show that these issues, you have to show the truth of what is being debated. Now, I don't totally agree with Mark, but I sure as hell know that this country will not be a prosperous country under the auspices of Nick Fuentes.
Conservatism in the American flag to justify the unjustifiable. That is what we are facing right now in our country. The problem is these people, the neo-Nazi fascists on the extreme right, they're the weak underbelly of this republic. You know, the other side, they know what they stand for, they're fighting. They're bringing people into the country who agree with them. They fight assimilation. They're trying to reach out to young people through Marxist propaganda, and we'll give you something for nothing. And they use Solinsky tactics. Rich people are bad. You know, get the Jews, get the Christians, the others. They want you to believe that you stand for them. Are you unhappy? Are you down on your luck? Aren't you sick and tired of what's going on? Well, join us. Join you to do what? We've seen their type before, Mr. and Mrs. America. We've seen it in Europe. We've seen it in Germany. We've seen it in the United States in the 1930s, although it wasn't this bad. In the 1930s. Look at it this way. What do you think the founders of your country would think of these people who claim that they represent the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, that they represent the will of God, as pointed out in the Declaration, or the Enlightenment? when they're siding with Hamas, when they're siding with Hitler, when they're siding with Stalin? What do you think? What do you think our founders would think if they knew who Hitler was and they knew who Stalin was? And all? What do you think they'd be siding with? Well, they clearly didn't side with the King of England, did they? The King of England wasn't anything like what we're talking about now. And here's the other thing. These people I'm talking about, they trashed President Reagan, who defeated the Soviet Union. They trashed President Trump, who took out the nuclear sites in Iran. Our President of the United States, who's peace through strength, who's a very practical man, an incredibly patriotic man, they're stabbing him in the back too. They try to steal MAGA, they try to steal America first, but these people are reprobates. They're reprobates. So here's the deal. The 250th anniversary is coming up. What are we celebrating? Our great founders, the men and women who fought the Revolutionary War, who fought it for liberty, for sovereignty, for representative government, for what we now call capitalism. They didn't fight it for genocide. They didn't fight it for all these other causes that somehow have become popular. This is our generation's war. It's a non-fighting war. But it's more daunting, it's more complicated, because it's from within. Abraham Lincoln talked about the enemy within. President Trump has talked about the enemy within. Well, they're here. They're here on the Marxist Islamist left. They're here on the neo-Nazi fascistic right. They're here right now. They've devoured many of our institutions in our culture. They've devoured most of academia. The President of the United States is pushing back. He's pushing back hard. But we have a responsibility too. And what is that responsibility? This is our country. We're celebrating our country. Every July 4th, we're celebrating the principles that undergird our country. If you reject Judaism and you reject Christianity and you reject the link of the two, you reject the Bible. If you reject Judaism and Christianity and the brotherhood and the sisterhood of the two, not only are you rejecting our founding, you're rejecting our country. You're pushing some other agenda, whatever that agenda may be. We have a responsibility as tens of millions of patriotic, America-loving people to do what? To talk, to speak out, to reject people like this, to offer alternatives, freedom, to offer alternatives, representative government, to offer alternatives, an economic system that works. You know, I even hear people going on about affordability. I did an entire program last week on capitalism. Affordability? The problem they have in Marxist, socialist regimes is availability. They don't have things. People say the vote was about affordability. No, the vote in New Jersey wasn't about affordability because they voted for the party that's made New Jersey unaffordable. With the massive property taxes that keep rising, and the massive electricity bills that keep rising. That's not affordability. We have a bigger problem. Affordability may be one of many issues, but we've opened our country to people who hate it, where we don't assimilate, where the institutions that used to assimilate have been devoured by the left. And we have a problem to put up a defense of this country, constitutional conservatives, you folks, Mr. and Mrs. America. It's we who have to defend it intellectually, defend the ideas. And we, you and me, our movement, our belief system is under attack by these fascists who are trying to steal the American flag and promote their hate and vile through.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling. And
I think Mark Levin needs to debate Nick Fuentes. He's chickening out. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen is a dual-purpose supplement. It's going to help with your skin, your nails, and your hair health. It'll also help with your musculature, your bone density, and your cartilage, especially at the joints. Do some resistance training. Take this every day. This is a month's supply. Please go to my store and get the very high-quality collagen that I have. Also, A great neural stack that I have is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog and allow you to concentrate on tasks. Super important. Take it every day and drink it with filtered water. And over time, what's going to happen is you're going to notice that you are improving your neuroplasticity. Your thinking will be quicker, you'll have faster cognition, and your memory will improve. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor is super important in supporting memory. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. This is super important. As you age, you start to methylate genes and they start to turn off. You don't express them as much as when you were younger. Well, Myotrol will help that with musculature. Myotrol will help with the gene expression because it has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. They work in tandem to help with the gene expression to build muscle. In addition, do resistance training, especially your back muscles, to improve your posture, to provide denser vertebrae, but with a better posture, better musculature in the back. Your lymphatic flow will improve and your venous return flow will improve. So your cardiovascular health will improve. Please go to my store, get the Myotrol, build that muscle. This is especially important for males and females that are age 40 or older. If you're an athlete, younger or older, you will benefit from Myotrol to building muscle. This stacks well with Gladiator Barley. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take my advice, and slow down the aging process with these supplements that I have on my store. Make sure you use discount 5. You get $5 off any order.
Be a socialist country.
I'm glad that President Trump tells people he opposes
Wild creeds such as socialism, Marxism, and straight-up communism.
he rightly calls socialism.
The wrecker of nations and destroyer of societies.
But as Inigo Montoya said,
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Trump complains about
Tyrannical socialist government.
but he's acting like a socialist.
The United States is going to take a 5% stake in Lithium Americas.
White House taking a 10% stake in Trilogy Metals, 15% stake in MP.
Trump says he's against socialism, but he's having the government get involved in owning companies and directing companies.
Economist Dan Mitchell says Trump, like many Americans, doesn't understand what socialism is.
He probably thinks socialism just means a big welfare state, when of course socialism technically is government ownership or partial ownership of the means of production, and Trump is doing that.
I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel.
When Trump got 10% of Intel, his Commerce Secretary said,
It's not socialism. This is capitalism.
it's not socialism, this is capitalism.
Socialism is government ownership of the means of production.
But they just own 10%.
Well, it doesn't have to be 100%. If you're Intel, there's no way you're going to antagonize the Trump administration or some future, AOC administration by doing something that the government doesn't like.
And even Trump worries about that.
Now, I'm a little concerned whoever the president might be.
I don't trust Donald Trump to control the share correctly, but I definitely don't trust some of the folks on the left. And all of a sudden, you've created this precedent of government being a senior partner sitting in the boardroom with some of these major companies. It's going to be a disaster for the U.S. economy.
The biggest national security concern should be if this deal didn't happen. Some Republicans argue such deals are needed to keep us safe. It's important for national security.
If a company is important to America's security, make it easy for them to operate in the U.S. Fix the regulatory process that makes it very difficult to organize and build new factories, dig new mines. That's a much better approach than government handouts.
The true engine of economic growth will always be companies like Solyndra.
Trump's not the first president to make deals with companies. When Democrats did it, Republicans were right to object.
I question whether the government is qualified to act as a venture capitalist, picking winners and losers, shelling out billions of taxpayer dollars to keep them afloat.
You had all these supposed green energy companies, and we were going to do smart investment by Washington and become a world leader. The opposite happened.
The collapse of Solyndra after running through more than $500 million of taxpayer stimulus money.
We wound up losing, not winning.
And now Trump's doing it.
We do a lot of deals like that. I'll do more of them.
They're taking our money, taxpayer money, and in effect putting their thumb on the scale, giving out subsidies. That's where the economic harm comes.
Government handouts often prop up what investors call zombie companies.
A zombie company is a company that is on the verge of bankruptcy, that's in trouble.
Chipmaker Intel was struggling. Then
President Biden announced an $8 billion grant to Intel.
But the handout didn't stop Intel's decline. So what should be done?
Let the weak companies go away so the resources, the labor, and the capital can go to the young new companies that are actually creating wealth. We need to allow creative destruction to operate. But politicians, they look at the seen and they ignore the unseen. The seen is, a company in my district is closing and factory jobs will be lost. They're not paying attention to the new companies, the new entrepreneurship that makes us much richer in the long run.
And the unseen is also all the companies that might have started that would be better if we hadn't been throwing taxpayer money at the zombies.
If we try to stop the progress of creative destruction, you wind up freezing your economy in place.
Japan did that.
Japan was one of the richest, most prosperous countries in the world, at least on paper.
The island nation was the most innovative and productive country in the world.
They were the role model for America.
We needed to copy Japan. They had this great industrial policy. Well, it turns out they suffered several lost decades, largely as a consequence of trying to prop up zombie companies.
Millions of people lost their savings and their jobs. Till this day, Japan's economy has never truly recovered.
No country has ever prospered with that kind of system.
One reason is that when governments take ownership or hand out loans and grants, company executives start chasing political favors instead of innovating. When Intel got your money, its executives spent lots of time doing photo ops with politicians. Intel workers didn't do as well.
Intel plans to cut more than 20% of its workforce.
After Trump gave Pfizer a tariff exemption, its CEO groveled before him.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership and frankly for your friends.
The market will be much better than the government at delivering the things that we need.
Why is the market better?
There's a bottom line incentive to use resources intelligently and efficiently. With politicians, it's all about, does a factory have a certain number of jobs in a key state? Are the executives donors to my campaign? This is going to be a recipe for just rampant cronyism.
This guy is completely perverted capitalism, Donald Trump. It's crony capitalism.
Now, Democrats say, we'll defend free markets from Donald Trump.
That's just becoming a partner with a corporation. That's just Donald Trump doing another shakedown.
Both parties should butt out. Let free markets work. The Babylon Bee came out with a good headline to describe what's happened. Trump vows to nationalize as many private companies as it takes to defeat socialism.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
We laugh and cry here at Stossel TV. We'll keep an eye on Trump's deals, and if you like our videos, please click that button.
All right, let's listen to the Hill about Candace Owens and this whole Charlie Kirk stuff. Here, once again, the Republican Party is doing infighting, and if you don't get your shit together during the midterm election, we're going to lose seats in the House and in the Senate to the Democrats. Now, do we want America to be prosperous, or do we want America to be taken over by a bunch of socialists? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. Turmeric will bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. This will help to boost up that immune system. This is especially important to take during the winter season to boost up that immune system. By bringing down inflammation, you're also helping your cardiovascular system and your brain because you're protecting your neurons. Chronic inflammation at the brain level will degrade the neurons and the myelin sheath of the neuron. So you want to keep inflammation down. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the tumor.
Newspapers.com. The past. Read all about it.
Okay, here. I need the Trevor report from last month, like right now. And I also need. Tired of putting out fires? Bamboo HR is.
Candace Owens continues to generate controversy in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
The right-wing commentator released more text messages that were supposedly sent between her and Kirk in 2018. The messages appear to show Kirk saying that Ben Shapiro had a strong dislike of both Kirk and Owens, and that he tried to stifle their careers. Here's Owens explaining the situation on her podcast.
Ben was going on people's shows and talking down about me and Charlie, and he said, "You're bigger than Ben now." I'm walking into the White House yesterday, I realized that. I said, "I know, he hates it." He said, "We just have to treat him like noise. He wants you to punch down to him. His respect amongst movement fighters is quite..."
Stupid woman. Stupid woman. Even though she's part of the conservative party, I guess. All right? But stupid woman. She literally, what I see is like a high school student. A high schooler. Right there. High schooler. Let's zoom in. You got a high school student telling the American public on the way things are. Do you think she really understands history? Do you think that she really understands, or is she just a clickbaiter? She's just one of these people that just wants to be a shock jock. Meanwhile, let's go back to 2020. We still have bioweapon labs. We still have bioweapon labs. Don't you think that's a problem? No, we're more worried about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk doesn't mean shit right now. There are 1,000 things more important than Charlie Kirk. 1,000 more things. The Federal Reserve lowering rates or increasing rates and how it's going to perturbate the market is going to be way more important than Charlie Kirk. But that's too complicated for a high schooler with a high school mentality.
I feel like that's relevant right now to what Ben's doing. He wants to egg on this fight because he's lost a certain bit of respect.
Owen says she has hundreds more similar messages between her and Kirk going back many years, but some have accused the messages about Ben Shapiro of being fake. Frank McCormick says on X, after having ChatGPT analyze the images, I believe Candace fabricated them. Even older iOS versions use consistent design rules for spacing, heading, layout, and typography, none of which match this image.
I don't know if it's fake or not, but I wouldn't be surprised because high schoolers fabricate stuff. Why do we have these people that have created such large audiences have an IQ of 100? Really? I mean, come on. Can't America... Why is it that Americans with 330 million people can't find the same number? I'm not talking about proportion of the population, just the same number of intellectuals during the founding of our nation. Can we get 55 people? Can we get 55 people out of 330 million that have some fucking common sense? And it's not a high schooler? No. What you got to do is you got to just keep on scrolling, watching the TikTok, getting dumber and dumber by the day.
So these details show it isn't a real iPhone screenshot, but a digitally fabricated mock-up made to look authentic.
But journalist Yashar Ali cautioned against those.
Oh, because you're so dumb. Because you're so dumb, you have to make up stuff or just have clickbait or create some sort of animosity within a group so you get viewers so you can monetize. So it's really all about monetization. It's all about fakery and monetization. It's not about truth and trying to improve people's health or improve the state of the economy or try to get people to be more prosperous. No, it's all about making sure that someone clicks your video. It's fucking stupid.
Poems of faking the messages, saying, quote, when you deny the authenticity of something put out by a media figure like Candace, you sure as hell better be right. And if you're not, then that it's something that just vanishes and gets lost in the mix. Candace will weaponize your attempts to debunk her to further radicalize her followers and recruit new ones who were previously on the fence.
Facts are really important. Evidence. An evidence-based argument is always going to be better. But the thing is, even if she didn't fabricate it, I don't know if she did or not. I don't really care. What I care about is that we need podcasters that have brains, that are actually moving the ball forward on the battlefield where it is making our country more prosperous. But when there's a lot of infighting, when it's all about egoism, when it's about clickbait, that's not helping people. People still have autoimmune disorders from the crisis that we just came through. People are getting the big C because of the crisis that we just went through. People are getting early onset of dementia because of the crisis we just went through. No, let's just focus on getting clickbait. Do clickbait so you get viewers and so you can monetize. Why? Because they can't really do anything. Can Candace Owens design a car? Can Candace Owens help a patient in need? Can Candace Owens analyze complex movements of financial markets? Can Candace Owens build a house? Can Candace Owens do anything except talk in a mic and pontificate about things she really doesn't know anything about? See, this is the problem of the state of affairs that we have. Where's the intelligence? Where? Where? It's not with Ben Shapiro. It's not even with Mark Levin. Everyone's yelling at each other. Meanwhile, our country has an existential threat. You know what that threat is? Marxism.
Meanwhile, Owens also sat down with CNN recently for a lengthy interview there. She reiterated her theory that Tyler Robinson, the suspect who is in custody for Kirk's shooting, did not kill Charlie Kirk. Here is Candace Owens claiming the FBI created fake messages of Robinson confessing to the crime.
The feds are like on a computer, like
Yeah.
typing it out back and forth.
That's exactly what it is. The feds made up the text messages.
But you don't have anyone from like the FBI telling you that.
I have leaks.
Okay.
No.
Has anyone leaked to you?
And Tyler Robin.
So we're going to take it on the word of Candace Owens, who monetizes off of sensationalism? Really? Well, wait a minute here. Wait a minute. That's a pretty bold statement saying that the feds fake the messages, but she has leaks and she's not going to divulge her leakers. Well, wait a minute. Isn't there any proof? Where's the proof that was faked? Well, maybe they, through AI analyzing of pictures, they can figure it out that it was faked. I don't know. I have no idea. All right. But where's the evidence? You can't just say something. When I was talking about the weaponization of the SARS platform, I showed the evidence. I didn't just say it. I had proof. What the fuck is, this is the problem in the state of affairs that we have with independent media or independent journalism. I mean, a person that I watch regularly, actually, and I align with his political beliefs is Michael Knowles, all right? Yale graduate, undergrad, in history and in literature. He wrote the new introduction of I think it's the 70th anniversary of God and Man at Yale. But what I'm noticing with people that have podcasts, especially the younger ones, after Gen X, what job did you have before? Oh, they were a journalist. No. What job did you have before journalism? Oh, maybe they were a waitress, or maybe they were a bartender, or maybe they had a paper route. So you are going to be pontificating about the way the complex economy works by not knowing anything academically or through experience, anything dealing with STEM, science, technology, engineering, or mathematics. This is the problem that we have with the independent journalist. They're an independent journalist because they can't get a job. Candace Owens can't get a regular job because she doesn't have skills. Real skills, like building something, designing something.
Has anyone said to you, even off the record, like, yeah, we faked these?
I have very strong sources everywhere on both sides.
Well, I look forward to seeing the evidence.
Yeah, sure.
She's lying. She's lying. She's lying.
I'm gonna sound
She's
like
lying.
such a lib today. I thought it was a good interview, and it was a CNN interview. I thought it was well done. The reporter knew her stuff and was polite, and again, just challenged Candace to say, okay, you're making a very strong claim, very bold claim. What is the evidence of this claim? And Candace has nothing. Honestly, those two accusations are very similar. I do not believe Candace put forth fake text messages with Charlie Kirk. I believe those are genuine. That would be an extraordinary thing for her to do, to fake text messages. I don't think she's doing that. Nor do I think the FBI faked the text messages that demonstrate the rationale for the shooter, who we have abundant forensics evidence was the killer. And again, Candace disbelieves that because she's a lunatic. But her messages with Charlie are sincere, I'm sure.
It's not just that she's a lunatic. It's not just that she's a lunatic. It's that she has created a media business where it's about clickbait. It's about clicking about stuff that's not true or marginally true. People buy into it, and she gets ad revenue. I want to know what Candace Owens can do that's not, quote, journalism. What can she do? What's her skill sets? And I'm willing to bet you'll start to notice that these individuals, and it's not just Candace Owens, these individuals don't have skills. So they have a podcast and they try to monetize it. And it's so important to grow followers. It's so important to maintain their followers because that's where the ad revenue is. So they will create sensational news. They'll sensationalize stuff. We need a public that sees through this and lets her die on the vine. Stop watching her crap.
A close friend of hers one point, and maybe until the very end, talked to her about her media star had risen higher than Ben Shapiro's. That's true, and maybe that was something Ben was upset about. I think that's not what he's upset about. I think he's upset with the things she had to say. But it seemed like a genuine conversation to me. I don't think it's made up. I don't think people should try to use ChatGPT says it was fake. No, I don't believe that at all. But I also believe the text. People kept saying that Tyler Robinson text messages sound fake. They didn't sound fake to me at all. And then further in that interview, then Candace says, well, there's not timestamps or something, so that's how I know it's fake. And the interviewer was like, well, they're.
Why do we care? Believe me, what the Federal Reserve does with interest rates, what Trump is suggesting with the 50-year mortgage is 1,000 times more important to your life than anything that Candace Owens is saying.
There come from I can't remember if it's text or Discord, but whatever the format is, would not have had timestamps. And then Candace she's like, oh, I didn't know that. She's very
nonplussed.
It's a successful, it's not like a gotcha attempt, right? It's just a correction of something she said that is wrong, that she has no response for.
Yeah.
Which is very characteristic of what Candace.
Yeah.
Because
she's an idiot.
If you can't tell.
No, it's not.
I'm not a fan. I don't know. I would be lying to you, guys. I know some people watching probably fan. I'd be lying if I said I held her in great esteem. I do not. A lot of these people in this kind of independent right or also left ecosystem, I disagree with a lot of what they do, and I find value in other things that they do. I'm forced to concede I don't find much value in what Candace is doing. It's frequently wrong.
Yeah. Well, to that point, I mean, the CNN interview I thought was very good in just sort of exposing how shallow her claims are in the Tyler Robinson thing. It's basically just that thing that conspiracy theorists do, which is make a blanket assertion, i.e., the feds are making it up. The feds are inventing the text messages. And then you say, what's the proof of that? And there isn't it. Right? There is no...
Uneducated people always focus on there's a demon in the corner of society that's running a cabal. You know, it must be some sort of deep state actor. Must be the Jews, must be the FBI, must be the CIA. Everything is conspiracy. And people buy into this crap. And they just click and watch it and watch it and watch it. Like it's first it starts as a movie and then all of a sudden you start role-playing it. But it's easier to focus on the demon in the corner that doesn't exist than it is to actually pay attention to real events that are happening. A 50-year mortgage, if it gets passed through Congress to be allowed for banks to do, will increase the costs of home prices. Now, if you are a current owner of a home, that's great for you. But if you sell it at a higher price, it's going to be a lot harder for you to buy into the same community because all the asset prices went up. And I don't care if you own gold or stocks or bonds or whatever, crypto, homes. When something goes up too fast, it's not good for the society because your income level is not growing as fast as the appreciation of the assets that you're trying to buy. And when that happens, you have more problems in society between the haves and the have-nots, or this K-shaped economy. So that's way more important to pay attention to. 50-year mortgages are way more important than Charlie Kirk. And then on top of it, if you have a 50-year mortgage and let's say you're only saving $200 a month versus taking a 30-year out, or I haven't done the calculation, but let's say you're saving $200 or $300 a month, and it allows you to purchase a property, even though you're paying in interest a lot more. So you really have to pay attention to what is going on here. This is a massive, massive transfer of wealth to the banking industry. Oh, it must be all the Jews. All the Jews own the banks. Really? Through globalization, it's not all the Jews that own the banks, right? There's a self-organizing behavior in the banking industry under capitalism that has led to large conglomerates. And these conglomerates are beholden to the shareholders, and the shareholders are constantly looking for ways to make to have that company make more money in a short period of time. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's positive for the overall economy. They're very short-sighted. But there's going to be a massive wealth transfer. Instead of a 15-year or a 30-year mortgage, now you're going to have a 50-year mortgage. Home prices are going to go up, not down. Because if a seller knows that you can get a 50-year mortgage, then they're going to go, well, I'm going to raise it up another $100,000. I'm going to raise it up another $50,000, depending on what market you're in. Bad idea. Now, which one's more important? What Dr. Paul Cottrell is saying about the 50-year mortgage and how it may affect your livelihood? Or Candace Owens about Charlie Kirk? Which one's more important?
It's this mindset that takes whatever the official or establishment version of events is and just says, well, they must have faked that, without any supporting evidence for that assertion at all. Which of course brings us to, like you say, the text messages and all that. I have no idea. I think that the whole ChatGPT analysis is like a modern updated version of what happened. You remember the whole Dan Rather, George W. Bush thing, and it was like whether a certain typewritten letter would have been written in this font if you had a...
It's like body language analysis.
Yeah.
It's the pseudoscience.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. And
it would be foolish. I mean, even for someone who's as much of a sort of professional controversialist or provocateur as Candace Owens is, it would be very bizarre to fake text messages with someone who was revered by the conservative movement while alive and has become even more so following this killing.
Yeah, I don't think she's faking messages. I think she's making claims that are deeply disrespectful to Charlie's memory. I mean, I think it's a little gross anyway to take someone who is dead and can no longer speak for himself and to be sharing.
She's just milking the Charlie Kirk cow. That's what she's doing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. This is a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. Take it every day. This will help your immune system and your endocrine system, bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals, and slow down the aging process. This is way more important in terms of improving your health than listening to Candace Owens. I'm trying to tell you how to slow down the aging process and mitigate the problems that happened in 2020. And the aftershock, don't you think that's a little bit more important? I think so. Professional provocateur. Amazing. I mean, you know, and the sad thing is there's so many podcasts that are so informative about history and economics or philosophy or science and engineering, about even just life's experiences, how people do vlogs on their particular trials and tribulations in life. There's so much to learn and be human about. But yet there's a lot of like this tabloid garbage. Back in the 70s and the 80s, especially the 80s, you remember going to the grocery store and on the rack right before checkout, there were these tabloid articles about Madonna having an alien baby, or Michael Jackson and Madonna have an alien baby, or, you know, all these things. Elvis is an alien, you know, that kind of stuff, right? How is that any different today? How is that any different than what we have with the sensationalism that's taking place on podcasts? Candace Owens is the National Enquirer. Candace Owens is tabloid news. But we love it. We love it. We love to listen to the tabloid news, but we don't want to pay attention to the 50-year mortgage that's literally going to be a major wealth transfer to the banking industry. And oh, by the way, you remember Lehman and all of the derivatives that were created through financial engineering? Don't you think that they're going to be creating that too? And oh, by the way, if you have a 50-year mortgage, don't you think that they have to offset that by buying a 50-year bond that isn't in issuance yet? So the government is actually potentially creating a 50-year bond market, because how do you really determine what the interest rate should be for 50 years if you only have a 30-year bond? Well, you would have to synthetically create that. Well, you would prefer to get real information from the market, so the government might have to issue a 50-year bond. So the government issues more debt? You ever thought about that? Ooh. So the government can issue more debt with a 50-year bond and still issue 30-year debt and issue, the belly of the curve. And then there's a wealth transfer from middle America to the banks. Those banks buy the 50-year bond issuance. Amazing how that works. I just told you the full cycle of the wealth transfer. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get that ashwagandha root. This will bring down your cortisol levels, because I'm sure that when the 50-year mortgage is passed in Congress, that your cortisol levels are going to go up when you start to realize that there was a massive wealth transfer. And ashwagandha root will help to control your blood glucose levels. Now, by controlling your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels, you're helping your immune system, and you're reducing inflammation at the vascular level. So you're also improving your cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, get the ashwagandha root, slow down the aging process, boost up that immune system, especially during the winter season.
Maybe selectively sharing messages with this person and trying to say, oh, this proves my point. I mean, I think that frankly is foolish behavior, and you should not do that.
Yeah,
he can't speak for himself, and so you should let it be.
And to gain a sort of foothold or advantage in this ongoing feud she has with Shapiro.
Right.
That's the general.
And again, she's making it is to advance a claim that is false. That he was to put out the idea. If she doesn't say it, I don't know if she's said it in exactly these words, but to create confusion and create a suggestion that some force killed Charlie Kirk that was Israel or Israel adjacent, or was and it's being covered from you and concealed from you, when we have a suspect in custody who is overwhelmingly likely committed the crime, and whose rationalization, I'm sorry it's that neat for you, you don't want it to be neat, but it is, who has a articulated rationale that makes sense. I'm sorry, because sometimes the government does mislead us, and then people say, oh, you just trust everything the FBI says. No, I don't. And I've done radar after radar on this show about, for instance, the case of the Gretchen Whitmer, kidnapping plot, bad conduct in my view on the FBI's part. You should not trust the authorities. The authorities do stuff wrong all the time. But just because we can't always trust the authorities doesn't mean that every crazy claim can always be borne out. Sometimes crazy claims can be borne out. COVID is a testament to things that were said by people at a greater level of fringe about where COVID originated and how well some of the therapeutics would work and how well some of the mitigation efforts were, even though experts said those claims not standing up to scrutiny. That's a win for more fringe people. They win sometimes. They're right. Absolutely. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have automatic trust in fringe perspectives, nor automatic trust in mainstream perspectives.
Right. Well,
that's hard for people to accept.
Yeah, and one of the big problems I have with the fringy or conspiracy-minded people is that not only are they enormously skeptical of the official version of events, they're enormously credulous when it comes to the fringe explanation of events. So presumably, perhaps some of our own audience will have watched Candace there talking about the lack of evidence that the FBI faked it, but will still believe her anyway. And it's like,
our government does nefarious things, but it doesn't mean that our government always does nefarious things. And because, especially during the crisis of 2020, individuals that didn't stop the weapons program, individuals that didn't sound the alarm and try to stop the weapons program, they are part of the problem. Because people like myself showed proof that there were nefarious things that were going on. But the thing is that credulous individuals out there keep on focusing on stuff that's just not that important. Even if there was something nefarious from the government, it's just not that important. You focus on things that are important. 80-20 rule. You don't focus on the 20%, you focus on the 80%. And once you focus on the 80%, then you focus on the next 80%. And eventually you chip away at the problem. Believe me, Charlie Kirk is not a 80% part of the problem that we have in society. But the thing is that there is this conspiracy theorist issue now that is taking place. You know, there's this phrase, there are no conspiracies, right? Or how does Bannon say that? There are no coincidences. There's only conspiracies or something like that. I'd have to look it back up. Or another way of taking a look at it is that there are too many people that are focused on the sensationalism of a conspiracy, right? And so they would say something on, well, there's not conspiracy theories. There's conspiracy facts, or there are different ways to say this. But the point that I'm making, poorly, I guess, the way I'm saying it, but the point I'm making is that there are too many people focused on the sensationalism of events that could be conspiratorial, all right? And shining a light on nefarious acts. But not all of these nefarious acts are important to focus on. It's 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule. All right? If you have a patient that's coming in to the ER that has a toenail infection and they're having a heart attack, do you focus on the toenail infection? Charlie Kirk is a toenail infection.
why do we, if you're of that mindset, why do you believe the person on the fringe without evidence, at the same time as you're incredibly skeptical that the official version doesn't have enough evidence? Like, you should be presumably going where the provable evidence leads you in your conclusions, right?
Right. And the idea that, because then they started to get into the journalists for CNN saying, if there was evidence of this, we would report. Because then Candace says, well, no one will report the real truth about who killed Charlie. The journalist is like, don't you think I would be all over that story if there was some evidence? That would be a Pulitzer Prize winner, Pulitzer Prize winning story if I could prove that
the FBI had set someone up to protect. Well, I mean, I think Candace's suggestion is Israel, right?
Right. If you think about that for 5 seconds, if that was part, of course they would want to
expose that. Yeah.
Anyway.
Sure. Anyhow, President Trump is threatening a massive billion-dollar lawsuit against the BBC. Coming up, why the broadcaster is being accused of deceptively editing a speech.
Amazing. But I'll tell you, the internet can be used for such good to help the society forward. With a society that has ethics and virtue, God, country, and family as the pillars, and wants to move forward the society in an explorational way, to explore the frontiers of not just our space and time, but also of what it is to be human. You know, we're seeing AI, we're seeing the development of humanoid robots. We're getting closer to what the Greek philosophers were asking. What's the essence of being human? What is being human? What is it to be an enlightened individual? We have all this technology and all this knowledge at our fingertips, and we are unfortunately focused on stuff like what Candace Owen is promoting. Why is this important? Why? I don't understand it. Everyone wants to be in the gutter. You know why? Because it actually takes intelligence and it takes effort and diligence to pick the better path. It's easy for water to flow downhill. It's hard to figure out ways to get the water uphill. And so people pick the easy path. The easy path is to be titillated with sensationalism. But unfortunately, you have other podcasters out there that are actually trying to do the right thing. Inform the public about what's important and how to improve their lives, their health, what it means to be human. Now, some days I do a good job at doing that, and other days I don't. But when you watch Candace Owens, do you really get to the core of the question, the great question, what it means to be human? No. No. The answer is absolutely not. Candace Owens is no different than Nick Fuentes. No different. Even though they're battling each other in all this, they're no different. They're the gutter. They're the water flowing downhill. They're not the ones that are going to move the ball forward in society. They don't get to the essence of what it means to be human. There was a video that I saw that was dealing with Trump and his I saw something about Trump care. Trump care. There was a video that was talking about Trump care. That was 8 years ago. 8 years ago. There was something about Trump care, and that was published today, I think. See if I can find it. All right, let's listen to ET now. I've never gone to this website or to this.
I'm not
channel.
the type to sue. That is something we hear all the time. That's because you're envisioning suing another person, taking money from their.
I hate videos that are just text. What's going on? I can't find the video now. I saw it and I should have clicked it and I missed it. Let's listen to Talk TV about the BBC.
The BBC's in dire trouble. We say a very good morning to Talk's international editor, Isabel Oakeshott. How are you?
Good morning. Well, I'm still getting used to seeing you at this time of the morning.
Well, there's an answer to that, but I'm not doing it on national radio. The BBC, many people are saying to me this morning, you're gloating, Kyle. No, I'm not gloating. I grew up believing in the BBC, watching the BBC, adhering to the BBC. I think what it's become is a national embarrassment. And as I just said, I think they should be playing on the same field as the rest of us. And I believe it is time for major decisions. I know the chairman, Samir Shah, today appearing in front of the Common Select Committee on Culture, Media and Sport and apologising. But yesterday was the end of the road. But I'd love your response to the sources that told us in the last half an hour that the government lent on Tim Davie to resign to keep Trump happy, Isabel.
Well, I'm sure there was some kind of conversation or conversations to that effect, but it was very clear to everybody that Tim Davie's position was untenable. And, in terms of gloating, all of us who work for other media outlets that don't have the benefit of taxpayer funding and kind of, unlimited checkbook to do whatever you like and send hundreds of people to Glastonbury and then force the nation to listen to death to the IDF. Of course, we are right to hold the BBC to the highest possible standards because this isn't a level playing field, as we've been saying all morning. But I don't think I feel it in any way gloating this morning because I'm afraid we're going to be stuck with the BBC for a fair bit longer. It's inconceivable that this Labour government is going to defund the BBC, is going to radically change the licence fee system. I'm afraid people will have to wait for another government for that kind of radical change. What we can hope is that this is a huge wake-up call to the corporation and that they put new systems in place to begin to address some of the absolutely institutional bias that they have on quite a range of issues.
I wanted to play the clip that's really the most important clip of all. Martine Croxall is a female news reader. I've actually met Martine. She's cool. She apparently there's open revolt in the newsrooms of the BBC. She happened to be reading a news autocue one day, and it said pregnant people. Everybody needs to see this. She dared to change it to pregnant women and got censured by the BBC. Have a watch, people. Have a listen.
The London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine has released research which says that nearly 600 heat-related deaths are expected in the UK. Malcolm Mystery, who was involved in the research, says that the aged, pregnant people, women, and those with pre-existing health conditions need to take precautions.
I salute her, Isabel, because I've never met a pregnant man. Thoughts?
I'd have done exactly the same in her position. And look, I think this is a cross that we have to die on. Sorry. But no newsreader should be made to recite such absolute twaddle. There's no such thing as pregnant people. There are only pregnant females, pregnant women. And she was quite right to do that. And I'm actually quite heartened that there is a revolt going on in the BBC about this, because it does suggest that perhaps there are more sensible people in there than I thought. I would say, just from a perspective with my international hat on, the BBC is a brand that is worth saving, I think. All over the world, it is still held in very, very high regard. And what is so troubling about this particular scandal is that it is now, because of the Trump involvement, because Trump plays a central role in this actually damages the BBC and the good name of the corporation all over the planet. And that is qualitatively different to, relatively domestic rows about Gary Lineker or Hugh Edwards. Those are serious matters, and particularly the Hugh Edwards thing. But this is of a different level. This actually reminds me of the crisis over the so-called dodgy dossier. It really rocked the BBC to its foundations, and this is similar. So change needs to be quick, it needs to be decisive, and the corporation needs to show us how it is going to be different going forward. Until such time, as perhaps another government comes in that looks at it entirely differently.
It's really interesting, actually. You talk about with your international hat on, you're dead right. It was always held in the highest regard. I would respectfully suggest, because I'm going to play the best clip of the morning, I think this woman should one day stand. Caroline Levitt, the press secretary for Donald Trump. I mean, unlike politicians or commentators in this country who just mess around, they never get to the point. This is Caroline Levitt with her opinion of the BBC back in June. This is brilliant, Isabel. Have a listen, have a watch.
The administration is aware of those reports, and we are currently looking into the veracity of them because, unfortunately, unlike some in the media, we don't take the word of Hamas with total truth. We like to look into it when they speak, unlike the BBC, who had multiple headlines. They wrote, Israeli tank kills 26, Israeli tank kills 21, Israeli gunfire kills 31, Red Cross says 21 people were killed in an aid incident, and then, oh wait, they had to correct and take down their entire story, saying we reviewed the footage and couldn't find any evidence of anything. Oh, okay, so we're going to look into reports before we confirm them from this podium or before we take action, and I suggest that journalists who actually care about truth do the same to reduce the amount of misinformation that's going around the globe on this front.
How brilliant is she, Isabel Oakeshott?
Well, she's absolutely brilliant, but
Tired of sifting through jobs that don't feel like the right fit? Introducing Indeed Career Scout. Find the job that's right for you.
Well, she's absolutely brilliant, but she touches on something that's been sort of bothering me for a while. I think this bias that we only look at in terms of English language output is actually a lot more serious than perhaps you and I realise. I was contacted by an Israeli journalist quite recently who often contributes to BBC in Arabic, and he said that the bias on the Arabic channels is so much more than anyone realizes in the UK. And why? Well, because most of us don't speak Arabic. But I think there's a whole other scandal there potentially about what the Arab world is hearing from the BBC and whether that is balanced reporting. And I fear that it very much is not.
It's really interesting. Andy in Preston says this BBC episode is the perfect opportunity to have a wholesale audit of their channels and output. I'd start by closing BBC Verify, looking at BBC Arabic, BBC Asian Network, BBC Local and National Radio. He agrees with you that this is a fundamental moment to look at it and say, as we've been saying all morning, Isabel, you want your state broadcaster to be unbiased. You want it to be impartial and straight down the middle. That isn't happening. There seems to be did you see Nick Robinson on the Today programme over the weekend, just condescending, anybody who criticises this amazing organisation is a far-right thug. They label people who dare to criticise them as the same people Gary Neville said? Middle-class white men put up flags. I think the British public have tired of the BBC almost being given a free pass, and I think it's time that they understood that they should be brought to order. Other stuff in the news, though, I can't wait to throw this at you. I don't want you to fall off your chair. Shocked. Breaking news story this morning that the Labour Party's idea, well, they've got a great idea to deal with tax-funded immigrant hotels, okay? They're going to, Isabel Oakeshott, take a breath. Asylum seekers are going to be given £100 a week to leave under plans by ministers. Apparently they're going to be given 100 quid and told, why don't you go and live with a family member or a friend? To which I would respectfully say, if you've got a family member or a friend, why the hell didn't you go there in the first instance? And why are we not just spending that money on deporting these people or not letting them set foot into our country because they are here illegally?
This is totally the wrong answer to this.
Do you think that illegal immigration, not just in the UK and in other countries in Europe, but in the United States, is a problem? Do you think that problem is far more important than the toenail infection of Charlie Kirk? Do you think that illegal immigration in the United States is causing a disruption in the social fabric of society? The answer is yes.
ongoing catastrophe. The problem isn't how do we accommodate these people once they get to the UK. The problem is, let's stop them getting here in the first place. You know, stop answering the wrong questions. Deal with the issue. You know what I find ever more bewildering about this? Keir Starmer could stop the boats tomorrow if he wanted. In fact, he could stop the boats.
Talking about Starmer just stated, all right, Starmer backs BBC against Trump lawsuit. So Starmer, the nitwit running the UK, is aligned with the BBC and not with truth in journalism. And they wonder why the UK is going off of a debt cliff, because it's run by a bunch of idiotic fools.
If he wanted. I don't care for all this, oh, it's all impossible, it's all too difficult. Let him just do it, and let's see if the sky falls in. Guess what? The sky would not fall in. We don't overnight turn into Russia or North Korea or Yemen. We're still the United Kingdom with respect for human rights. The whole situation isn't just going to blow up because we stopped some boats. It's time to fall out with the French, frankly.
Yes.
They are taking the mickey. Let's bring this to a head.
Let's fall out with the French. Other news, and again, shocking, please don't fall off your chair. A Palestine Action protester who decided to approach the bosses of HM Wandsworth, Her Majesty's Prison Wandsworth, or His Majesty's Prison Wandsworth on Friday and say, would it be all right if I went to my brother's wedding on Saturday? Well, yeah, we'll let you out at 10. Can you come back at 5? He went, yeah, absolutely fine. He hasn't returned in a shocking story. That's 3 high-profile mistaken prison releases in the past 2 weeks. As much as I used to be proud about this country, there's a lot now that embarrasses me. I mean, if you get nicked and you go to court, try and get sent to Wandsworth Prison, because they might as well have their bloody front gates open, shouldn't they?
I mean, there's a great cartoon in one of the papers over the weekend of a judge sentencing a defendant, and the speech bubble was, you know, neither of us know how long you'll be in prison for. You know, it could be any time, couldn't it? You know, maybe you'll be let out tomorrow, maybe it will be in a month's time. What an absolute joke.
I just wanted to finish, as I have done with everybody this morning, and I know you're abroad, but I know, like me, you're a patriot. I was speaking to Denny, our boss, yesterday, and he was saying that he popped down into his village to the Remembrance Sunday service, and he couldn't believe the numbers of people, the increase in the last couple of years. And my young son Oliver carried the flag. He's in the Cubs, you know, the small Cubs, the squirrels. And there were hundreds yesterday, Isabel. And I just wanted to say this to people because, you know, there's so much about this country that we moan about. And one of the things that really infuriates me is that we seem to have a generation now that don't look back and say thank you. Did you see that veteran Alec Penstone on GMB the other day about the Remembrance Day? I want to play this because I think this is so upsetting. Have a listen, have a watch, guys.
My message is, I can see in my mind's eye rows and rows of white stones of all the hundreds of my friends and everybody else that gave their lives for what? The country of today. No, I'm sorry. The sacrifice wasn't worth the result that it is now.
Breaks my heart, that. Isabel Armistice Day tomorrow, the 11th of November, the day my mother was born. Should not our country spend less time defending perpetrators of crime and justifying its existence and actually stand up for the very people who put us where we are, like Alex Penstone?
You know what? I really feel sick watching that. You know, I've watched it twice. When you just played it again there, it literally made the hairs on the back of my neck go up. It's just, there's something so profoundly distressing about a 100-year-old man who gave the greatest he could to our country and watched friends and comrades die. And he now says, for what? No wonder he says that. We are being invaded. I don't use that word lightly. I'm not saying the people who are coming across the channel have have ill intent. But the reality is we are allowing an awful lot of people to come into our country who do not share our values. That is what I think he was talking about. There may well be other things, but I think that's what he was talking about.
To the detriment as well, and I think just to sum it up, I think that so much of the frustration now, and I use the phrase indigenous population, some people get upset. I think it is deplorable that men and women that have put their lives on the line for our country are on the streets. I think it is deplorable that people who have paid their stamp for so long are not able to see a doctor or a dentist. I think it is deplorable that older people can't afford to heat their homes. And the list goes on. And what happens is this country that was always a modicum of fairness and doing the right thing, many millions of people are now going, yeah, we've always been able to do that, but right now I can't see a doctor and I can't see a dentist, and my mum is freezing cold, and can you explain to me why we're skint and we're still giving to others and not to our own? And that is not far right. That is absolutely justifiable. Isabel Oakeshott, thank you so much. I mean that. Really lovely to have you on as Ever Talks International editor.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 is 1,000 times more potent than a molecule of vitamin C. The reason being, C60 is 60 carbon atoms stuck together, bonded together, and the electrons shimmer around the molecule. Because of that shimmering, it allows for those electrons to soak up free radicals and neutralize them. Now, by doing that, you are bringing down free radicals, you're helping the health of the mitochondria, you're boosting up your ATP in the cell, and so your cell and your tissues will perform better, and therefore your organ systems will perform better. Your vascular system also produces free radicals. And if you're soaking up the free radicals that are in your bloodstream, you're reducing plaque formation, because plaque needs oxidized LDL. Well, if you soak up free radicals at the vascular level, you have less oxidized LDL and therefore less plaque formation. At the neuron level, you are producing more neurotransmitters because the neuron is healthier, has less stress, has more ATP because the mitochondria is healthier. And so you'll have positive neuroplasticity, so you'll be thinking faster, you'll have better memory. In addition, your immune system and your endocrine system will be better. By taking C60, you'll notice the effects that on your body, and that you are improving in your health and you're moving towards homeostasis within about 2 months, 2.5 months. What you'll also notice within 1 year of taking this is you look younger. Now, the reason for that is that you have a better immune system. You're soaking up free radicals. Free radicals age you quicker, so you want to soak those up, neutralize them. So you're slowing down the aging process. And C60 also helps with the basal layer of your skin. That's where your adult stem cells are for your skin, to rejuvenate new skin cells. So it's important to keep the health of that basal layer for that youthful appearance. Now, it takes about a year to do that. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day every day, preferably on an empty stomach. If you work out, take it before you work out, and you're soaking up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you will recover quicker. Because part of the recovery time after a workout is making sure you bring down inflammation and that you're soaking up free radicals. This is one of the major pillars of my anti-aging protocol. And that protocol is the following. Multivitamin with a probiotic is the foundation. The first pillar is max 35 and cleanse. The second pillar is C60 to soak up the free radicals. The third pillar, the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans will boost up that immune system. And the fourth pillar, boomer boost, to rev up your metabolism and to have more energy. And when you're doing this, you'll notice that you are slowing down the aging process and you have more vitality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. That's the end of my broadcast. Remember what happened on the 11th of November of 1918. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.